Alright, alright, alright. Assets are rolling. Let's wait for that. Oh, it's time for the weekend. It definitely is time for the weekend. Pom 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 pom. That is fine over there. It is 7 p.m., right? Yes, it is. Alright, let's wait for another minute and then we can start. 1 more minute. The Big Mole, hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, I'm super tired, man. I'm ready for the weekend. All right, let's get going, shall we? Yeah, let's just do this real quick. It'll be fine. Good evening, Twitch, and welcome back to GregTech New Horizons, the game that we are still playing. We're playing this almost as long as the previous run of Pyanodons, just to put that into perspective. But we're not playing it as often on stream as we did Pyanodons. This is only something we play like once per week, but I am fully, absolutely enjoying it. We're still on 2.7.2. I might update to 2.7.3 right after. after today, maybe even during the stream, because I kind of noticed an annoying issue, which you might need to take a look at. Nevertheless, welcome back, everybody. There have been some things being done over here. Quite a lot of things, actually. If you spot the differences, you might already see it happen. If you look at the map, you might also see already some changes that have happened around us. You can definitely see that there was a little bit of a cleanup operation over there. The chemical plants, that corner over there, those are gone. They do no longer exist. I moved them. I moved them into their own little building, and that building, yeah, you can already see it over there. That building is right over there. I also did some decorations. Look at this. We got a berm or something like that. That's, where did you come from? Which stupid Enderman has put another block of dirt over here? There we go. Get the fuck out of there. We actually got a bit like a little bit of a fence over here. Look at this. It's not really the best kind of decoration, but it's a bit of decoration. It makes the whole thing look a little bit nicer over here. No longer do we have like this pure green grassland over here. We now got ourselves like a little bit of a shrubbery fence, as well as some floodlights over there. The floodlights are fucking amazing. I should have probably put these in earlier, way earlier than before. Once it's nighttime, we can also see them in action. They're pretty darn good. They also kind of repel enemies, apparently. I've not really seen that happen, mostly because enemies don't really spawn anymore over here, with all these lamps every fucking where. But yeah, I've spent some time over here in decorating. We got a whole new building over here. More about that later. Let's maybe go to the decorative parts. I mean, the shrubbery burn goes everywhere. Of course, over here at some point in time, we will probably be expanding in this direction. We will probably also be expanding into that direction over there at some point in time. But mostly flood lamps, and flood lamps everywhere. Yeah, the hip machine is finally being made. I don't think we've seen that on the last stream, but the hip machine is finally around. It's basically a compressor with extra steps. I mean, it's the exact same building as this one over there, just with like two little nubbins, one to the left and one to the right. Sorry about that. And also some coils in the middle. The only reason we need this machine over here is to make, like, I think 1 or 2 specific materials at the moment. I guess there will be more to come in the future. We could use it also as a generic purpose compressor, but that compressor over there is going fine, whereas this compressor over here can overheat. And once it overheats, it becomes less optimal. So for now, we're only going to use this for the special materials. Everything else will be done in this compressor over here, which is just your normal compressor for now. Good. I think I've put in another Volcanus. I think this one is new. I'm not quite sure if you guys have seen this one over here yet, but yeah, just some more Volcani going around, so that we can process some more materials. Alright. Let's follow the path. We already know the path this way, but let's go take the path this way this time around. And go past over here, because now there's an actual staircase over here. No longer is there just like this drop into the void. We can now actually go down the road over here. Ah, look at that. It is nice. And over here, it's probably pollution hell. Yeah, it's not really hell. It's probably going to be a bit spicy. Yeah, the air is a bit spicy over here. Ooh, good God. Why is the air spicy? Even the grass is no longer green over here. It's turning brown over here. And the reason for that is I kind of went all the way in and set up these flotation cells. I actually also kind of noticed that we can merge these a little bit closer to each other. And we could technically merge them even closer to each other, because these are basically like circles. And if we take all the circles and we just offset them like by half an amount, we could technically push them into each other. But I thought to myself, this is fine, because now we've got this big, massive symmetrical structure. 2 of these are still incomplete. Only 1 of those is required. The other one, well, there's no more material to process. The other one will probably just be sitting over here as a dummy or as a blanco or something like that. As for this one over there, we are not at the power level yet where we can use this recipe. This recipe over here is running at UV power. And if we look into our quest book, here we go. We have just entered tier 8 UV power. So we got a whole bunch of new stuff to work around with, especially whatever the fuck this is. Neutrons from space. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting sooner or later, but we're not even remotely there. We're probably still gonna be doing quite a lot of stuff over here on the ZPM stage. On the ZPM stage, the refined, the Quada Pathfinder over there, we've already done that, but we've just never really done the quests over here. So let me just claim these real quick. we go. Yeah, we don't really get anything good for this. And this over here is just the other part for the enriched quad processing. It was fairly loot bags, magic. Oh, we're gonna open those. There we go. Scar Freeze, hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good. And UK is on the horizon? Maybe a bit. We're definitely going to take a look into TechTech today. We're definitely going to make the data bank. I've prepared something for that. So let's kind of also claim this thing over there. The data bank itself, I've already made it. We can already fetch it from over here. Data bank, where is that thing? I thought for sure I made one. Ah, there it is. Here you go. Quest complete. Good. Let's put these back real quick. We don't need any of these. We're going to open up these like any second now. Let's go back to the quest book. Do we get anything for this? No. These quests are kind of unfulfilling if you don't get anything for them. I do understand that we don't need anything anymore, but I would love to still get random shit, because getting stuff for free is the most fun thing to get. But over here, there's also been a little bit of a restructuring. We had this quad set up over here of chemical plants over there producing the potassium and the sodium xanthate dust over there. Turns out there's two of them. I thought there was only one, but there's two. There's sodium ethyl xanthate and potassium ethyl xanthate. It's now being done all in one on this machine. And the only reason why we're now doing it all in one over here in this machine and no longer like in spread across our 4 machines over there is mostly because we can finally, since the 2.7 update, filter out output buses and set them to like a particular thing, which makes builds like this so much easier. So much easier. Ah, Kintaru! Hello there! Welcome.
Hi, 16-month already. How are you today? And how is Megatron doing?
I can tell you exactly how Megatron is doing. Megatron, I have not booted him up yet. Where is he? Let's boot him up real quick. Overall, I'm doing fine. Yesterday, I was kind of under the weather. I took a nap at 7 p.m. yesterday. Usually when the stream would start, I already canceled it beforehand because I already knew it would not work for me. But at 7 p.m. I was sitting there and go like, I'm not feeling well. I'm taking a nap. And I wanted to take a nap for an hour, and I slept for 8. And then at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., I was like, shit. It's gonna be one of those days again. I did manage to sleep a little bit further, like at 6 a.m. Then I slept again until like 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. for another 6 hours. I guess something is in my system, and something wants to get out. So that's also going to be the thing I'm going to be doing with the weekend, which is going to be a lot of sleeping, I guess. Alright, but yes, investing in these lamps over here, definitely a good idea. Let's turn the night vision off real quick, because then we can see any second now. Come on. There we go. That things are mostly nice and bright over here. They're not super duper nicely bright. There's still some more lighting we can do over here. We also got some lamps over there on the old building over here, which is making everything nice and bright over here, so we don't need to worry about anything spawning at all over here. There's still like an absolutely darkness abyss over there, especially also in the ore refinery. I did put a couple of these lamps, can't really see them from this far away, but I did put a couple of these lamps all the way over here on the greenhouse, but only on the front side. Inside is still kind of dark, and then of course the water feature over here, which is still not really a water feature, still kind of dark. The ore processing building, still kind of dark. The corporate tower, well, the only thing that's happening in there is like the disco ball over there, but also still kind of dark. On the plus side, if we go all the way to the advanced ore processing over here in the desert, look at this place. This looks really nice in the dark. Like, it's really nice and bright. There is nothing to worry about monsters over here. These lamps are doing great. Absolutely great. I fucking love them. There's an imp over there, but we don't need to worry about them. Alright, but let's put our thing which on again, because then it's even brighter. Good. The advanced ore processing over here. In here, we're doing like the lanthanoids and the alkaloids, or whatever they're called. The other elements from further down below. Not really have checked up on this process in quite some time, but I'm also not really missing anything at the moment. I'm pretty sure that this process over here is kind of stuck at the moment. We might check it up later on to see if we can need to do something over here, but at the moment it's doing good. What are those lamps? Those are the arc lamps. There we go. Yeah, arc lamp. And you can only make them out of Ceres glowstone, or out of Io glowstone, or out of Enceladus glowstone, or out of Protoss glowstone, or out of Pluto glowstone. So Ceres, I think you get them after a tier 2 or a tier 3 rocket. So you don't really get access to them right away. I'm currently making the stuff out of Enceladus stuff, because if we do some Enceladus stuff, we can also get some mysterious stuff, crystals, stuff like that. But yeah, the lamps are great. It would be nice if they would be like a little bit earlier. They also don't really require power, so you just slap them on there and they'll be like, yep, will work. Don't need to fuck around with power or anything like that. It's just great. This part over here got very much updated. This is the Naquadah processing line. We also got like a 4-stack over here of extended neutron activators to do some more Naquadah processing. I'm pretty sure the Naquadah processing is currently also kind of stuck. It's usually kind of stuck because of fluorine, hydrofluoric acid. We do got hydrofluoric acid. Okay, let's maybe have to take a quick look at this one over here. I forgot there's a double hole over here. Alright. Why are you stuck? You're good for hydrofluoric acid. You're exporting 2 things. You're exporting also 2 things. You're waiting for antimony pentafluoride. Why are we not making any antimony pentafluoride? Is your power maybe off? Let's check the machine. Oh, your power's on. You're good to go. Alright. Ether is fine. Diluted sulfuric acid. Is this thing full? Antimony trichloride solution is full. Antimony pentachloride solution is full. That's fine. Antimony pentafluoride is not full. And we make that in combination with hydrofluoric acid. But hydrochloric acid is probably full. Where's hydrochloric acid? It's over here. Hydrochloric acid is full. I guess there's one solution for that, and that is going to be something like this. We go over here, storage. Give me the biggest cell available. This one over there. Put you over there. Boop. You over there. You over there. You over there. Give me the cell, please. There we go. Put you there. We should maybe start thinking about maybe recycling hydrochloric acid. I mean, hydrochloric acid is being exported to the outside over here as well, but apparently we are exporting it, right? Fluid storage bus. Hydrochloric acid is being exported. When it's being inserted from anywhere, it's being inserted from over here first. So, well, it should be fine. There's no fluorocantine shortage. Ooh, is that the good stuff for like your fridge and stuff like that? All right, that's working again. I guess the rest of it will start to work again. Good. On this side, what are we doing on this side actually? Oh, that's the platinum group. That's the platinum stuff. We're pretty good for platinum stuff. Actually, iridium we might have to check up on. Iridium. Alright, there's still like 200,000 iridium in storage. Iridium is something we're using more and more. So I'm a little bit careful about it, but there still seems to be enough of that going around. Platinum. We got 721,000 platinum. How much gold do we have? Okay, we got more gold than platinum. Good. What are these? Ancient gold coins. Alright. What about palladium? Yeah, we're good at palladium. What about lutetium? Yeah, lutetium. That's a thing that is kind of hard to make. I didn't really realize that. Okay, those are working again, so that's fine. I didn't really realize that we need lutetium for the American process. If we want to make some Americum, or Americium, Americum. There we go. What's it called again? It's called Americium. There we go. If we want to make some Americium, then we have to do that in the fusion reactor, and we have to do that with some molten lutetium. Lutetium is something we can either get from lutetium ore. Well, we can't really get it from lutetium ore. That does not really exist for us yet. Or we can get it from... Where do we even get it from? Shut up! Just gonna stand over here for a second. Yeah, it's something you don't really get that easily. There is a way to get lutetium, and I think you get it out of an electrolyzer. If I remember it correctly. Was it the electrolyzer? Was it the macerator? Not the replicator, not the forge hammer. Was it the centrifuge? No. Was not the vacuum furnace either. I guess it's... Wait a minute. Not you. We get molten lutetium. That's how it works, I guess. Yeah, I think we can get some molten lutetium out of the electrolyzer. There we go. Out of filled lutetium extracting nanoresin. That's the only way how we can get some more lutetium. The other way we get lutetium right now is by processing decayed thorium. For that, I have actually had to restart and reactivate the old nuclear power plant. If you kind of forgot about it, there's this little reinforced stone nubby over here. And this is the old nuclear reactor. We used this over here to power up the base when we were still at EV power. Like ancient times ago. And I kind of made this, hopefully, as structural sound as possible in case it blows up. But we do got a couple of nuclear reactors in here, and they're all working again. The power that they're storing in here, we're just wasting it, because we're no longer doing this for power. We are doing this for spending quad fuel rods of thorium. Playing FTB Neotech, you actually makes me understand 10% of what you pass over your screen. If you got questions, just hit them out there. I'm always happy to explain stuff because it's kind of nice. But yeah, we're running over here quad fuel rod or 10 quad fuel rod nuclear reactors, 8 of them in total. These over here used to make, what is it, like 1,920 energy per tick, so just a little bit under 1 amp of EV power. It was part of our base of operations standard for quite some time until we switched over to, I think after that we made like that steam power plant. But yeah, they're sitting around over here just idling more or less, just burning away the thorium. So wait to see some old mods. This is still around. It's kind of weird, I have to admit it. I've seen so many different mods going around for like nuclear power. But apparently this one is still by far the most fun because you have this little puzzle you can make over here, and people got really creative with the setup. Like that one online tool, some random dude, I'm not quite sure what his name is anymore, made like years ago, decades ago almost. It's still being used. But yeah, this is most likely a safe reactor. I hope. Then again, I did notice one thing that kind of was weird in here, and I'm not quite sure what happened actually. Because when I went in here today to check up on things, I kind of noticed that this block over here with the ME glass, the export bus and the input bus was missing. That one over there was missing as well. That one down there was missing. All of the export buses, input buses, and the ME cable over there in this corner, all of them were missing. Now, maybe the reactor did overheat or something like that. Maybe there was like a small fire that burned that stuff away, but one of them was still connected. So I don't really think that that was the case. If it was only the nuclear reactor, I could have maybe said it was maybe something I had to do something over here with the nuclear reactor, but I've also found the same issue in another build of mine. So I'm not quite sure if that's actually an ongoing bug, which might also be the thing why I want to upgrade after the stream today. But yes, you guess you needed them, install them? No. Because I set these reactors up like a week ago. And then they were still there. And when I checked up on them today, they were no longer there. And this is definitely a place where they don't go. A pebble reactor. There's definitely some weird reactor designs. There's also the one, wasn't there like one kind of design where you like quickly insert and outsert like a rod or something like that automatically? Blah, who knows? Like I said, these over here, they only make lutetium. The power wires don't even connect to anything. Sometimes they go boom. Really? They can go boom? I mean, in the admin hall over there, there's still the cable over here. The 8 times superconductor HV wire. Oh, that brings me back. That took forever to craft back then. That wire, I don't think that wire is connected to anything. They could overheat, really? I mean, the cables can overheat. I've seen cables burn before, but I've never seen AE or ME glass things over here burn. And hey, the cable is still there. Or you mean the reactors? Yeah, the reactors can definitely go boom, but the reactor should be stable. But yeah, we're not really doing anything with the power over there. That power just goes nowhere. Alright. What else did change? This is still fine. I still kind of picked... We have to put this one back at some point in time. Fly up there. Something with the other end of this rocket definitely changed. We're going to take a look at that soon. The new building. Yes, the new building over here. There we go. It's built slightly into the mountain. And on the back of it, it's actually level with the mountain. Also a random bit of experience around over here. Speaking of, wait a minute. Let's open these real quick. Yeah, let's set over there in the middle. Alright, what do we get? Huge Nequada fluid pipes. I guess those are fine. And some heavy duty alloy ingots here too. Alright, one more please. Ooh. I don't really care much about the ender tank, but those crystal processors are nice. Alright, you have these. Off they go. Yeah, I put some effort into the sidewalks. We even got concrete floor over there. So we can run faster. But yeah, the new building. I kind of chose reinforced blocks, mostly because it goes into the mountain over there. So we needed this to be a little bit more reinforced. Not every side has full windows. We've got more windows over there than we have windows over there. But this is a straightforward thing. I already talked about it, I think, like a stream or two ago. Where it was like, I kind of wanted to move out those assembly machines from the generic general purpose assembly machines from over there. Into like a dedicated quad machine setup over here. I was actually kind of talking about 8 of them, but I was kind of like, I also need some chemical plants. So we got some dedicated big boy chemical plants over there for general purpose crafting, and some generic assembly machines over here for general purpose crafting. At the moment, of all of these dual interfaces, only 2 of them are hooked up, like this guy over here and that guy over there. And they're also kind of already, they're already like connected up with peer-to-peer dual interfaces, so they do all share the same information over there. So there's nothing in here, but if we go, I think, to this guy over there. No, not one of these. Maybe this guy over there. No, maybe this guy over there. Nope. This guy will do. There we go. They're all correctly named, so we can find them easily in our interface. Remote control or any interface terminal, and yeah, it's all the recipes have been buffed like a little bit in terms of how much they make, but things have been kind of like sorted and put together over here, so that once we have like some of these jobs to do like a whole bunch of things, that we don't need to wait too much on them. And at the moment we've got, I think, implemented over here circuit 1, yeah, and I think circuit 4. Circuit 9 will probably also be in here, and then probably circuit 2, and then the ones in the back over here, these, I don't think I will be sharing these 4 times over with all of these. I guess these over here will be more like individual dedicated ones. The one thing that's really missing in Greg probably must think is to have some sort of animation when they're working. Yeah. Minecraft is not really that well optimized for like animations like that. If you had animations everywhere for all these machines doing cool stuff, the game would lag out and be like this absolutely lag fest of a thingamajig. That's something that is very much true. I mean, I do kind of miss not seeing things happening in here. We get some smoke coming out of the machine. That's kind of fine. But at the end of the day, the only thing we actually do see is over here is either items go brrr, or like whatever we're crafting over here go brrr. Yeah, Satisfactory does it definitely way better than that. But Satisfactory is also different, if you kind of think about it. Because Satisfactory is more optimized into like a couple of entities, whereas in here, we got like build your own block kind of entity. Then again, Minecraft with the create mode, the create mod, if you install that, then you do get something that is animated quite well, but I'm not quite sure how well it scales. Like create does do all those kinds of animations pretty well, it seems. But I'm not quite sure if it will scale well and if it would still be pretty. Alright, but yeah, this is now more or less the quad assembly machine over there. So if you want to do some general purpose crafting over there, that will be done over there. Coming back into here, the chemical machines have already been picked up. This guy over there will still stick around for a bit. I moved out, of course, most of the recipes for 1 and 4. Not all of them. Some of them are still in here. I will probably give it like more of a cleanup later on. I more or less moved out the ones I kind of thought to myself that they're going to be very important. So those are out already. Fallen Angel, hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Good. Dan, anything else down here we need to take a look at? No, these are still the same. Ah, yeah, this guy over here. I didn't quite notice. I had like random power outages inside the assembly hall, and it could never really explain to me why that kept happening. For one, it turns out that...
Keep the good work, my men. Some money for you.
Fallen Angel, thank you so much for that. And I guess you were on vacation. I hope you were on vacation. Whatever it was, welcome back, welcome back. Good. But yeah, we still had like some EV level batteries in there, so it could only store like 1 billion energy instead of 100. So that's been upgraded. And the other part is it was connected from the source side, not from the input side over here, but from the source side, which is all the way in the middle of our base. It was connected with a 16 amp dynamo hatch, so there was not even that much power coming in here. And in the meantime, we have all these machines in here running from that little thingamajig over there, running out all the time. Especially with the new laser hatches over there, as well as some new assembly machines, as well as some that I've upgraded all the way to ZPM already. You decided not to watch the Victoria Diagonal map playthrough. That's fair. It's pretty cursed. It hurts people's eyes. Good. But yeah, the new fusion power plants, or the fusion rings over there, are in place. And we did manage to double down the fusion generator, so we're now making double the power. I'm working on doubling the power again, because now that we got like the new fusion rings over there, and now that we have a little bit more power over here, we can work on things like Duranium. And we already got like 8 huge Duranium turbines. We need a total of, what is it? Yeah, 32 of them in total. So that's still a process that's going to take some time before we get to it. But not only that, the Duranium turbines over there are definitely a significant upgrade if we compare them to... Yeah, let's just take one real quick. There we go. Put you there. Put you back. Wait. Put you back. And then we get ourselves another turbine. I'll give you one of these Draconium ones. There we go. One of these, please. And then put you over there. And then put you back. So, there they are. So, we're going to be upgrading from large Draconium turbine all the way up to huge Duranium turbine. That's an upgrade in material as well as in size. The large Draconium turbine over there has a efficiency value of 175, whereas the huge Duranium one has 241%. Or 240 in our case. I'm not quite sure where that 1% comes from. It's probably some kind of weird calculation over there. But it will turn more of the plasma into power. It will also consume way more plasma. It kind of consumes, if you kind of look at it, a little bit more than double the amount of power it will be consumed over there, or plasma will be consumed over there in power. But it will also make triple the amount of EU. Good. Which kind of means that if we build some more of these fusion rings on the other side of the tier 2 rings over there, then we can keep these plasma reactors over there, or these plasma, what are they called again? Plasma turbines over there, and replace the Draconium turbine over there with that Uranium turbine in there, and then we can double power one more time. At the moment, we're making over here 1632 amps of ZPM. If we would double that, we would be making 64 amps of ZPM, which would be equivalent to 16 amps of UV power, which is still not a lot if you kind of think about it in terms of just UV alone. But it's definitely gonna be way more. At least the diagonal map isn't as bad as the maze map. Yeah. You might also notice that one of the rings is missing. That thing has been moved. And all of these rings over there, maybe even the top one, they're going to be used for different things. There we go. Let's progress. There we go. And Finan, hello there as well. Because I've been busy. I've definitely been busy over the weekend, over the last weekend. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. There's rocket over there. You good to go? You good to go. There we go. Welcome to Ross 128BA, the moon of Ross 128B. I think that's how that goes. I made a little moon outpost. Not our moon, a different kind of moon. Also, day-nighttime over here is very fast. There it goes. Also, that's a moon. Or is that the other planet? That must be the other planet. New outpost? Yeah. We're on Ross 128B. Mostly we're on Ross 128B because over here we get a couple of good things. If we go over here to like Ross 128BA, there it is. It's this place. What do we get over here? We get over here salt water. That was my pure intention first. Get more salt water in, because salt water over here we can turn into salt. The other thing we also get over here, quite a bit actually, way more than I expected, is helium tree. This is a really, really nice place for helium tree. And this helium tree in this chunk over here has already been eaten. We're going to move the pump over to that chunk over there, so we can start eating this helium tree. But there is a lot of helium tree going around. We can also check over here real quick with you. Yeah, there's no more materials around. I've mined them all. That's s'mores, underground fluids. There we go. Yeah, all the helium tree in here, that's gone. The saline water over there, there's still so much saline water over there. We're going to be tapping this helium tree over here next. So, I'm not quite sure when this updates. It should update at some point in time that this chunk is now empty. Unless it already did. Wait a minute. Nah, it will probably update at some point in time. Did we find the American flag? It's not the moon. It's not Earth's moon. A different moon. We are in Ross 128B. Wait a minute. That is under controls. And then it's probably like map. Open the galactic map. There we go. Put that, I guess, over there. We're over here. That's Ross 128B. And then this moon. That's where we're on. We are here. And not over there. Is it made of cheese? No, but you can get cheese from the original Earth's moon. Good, but we need to move this pump, and we're going to be moving it in a second because it's shut down. I'm not quite sure why it's shut down, but it should be empty. So there's nothing left for you to get. Whereas the other one is still doing some stuff. Let's go inside real quick. There we go. We have a little bit of an oxygen setup over here. Not enough to keep it sealed, but then again, our air tanks are huge, so I don't really care much about it. We could even just take this off real quick. Put you in there. We'll pick you up in a second. Good. Ladder-wise, I guess low gravity, so we just jump. Not quite sure if I actually will be building a ladder in there. But yeah, this is where the old pump was. That thing is empty. I gotta move you. But the fusion ring is down here. I squished a fusion ring in here with 4 plasma turbines over there. So that we have like some kind of power generation over here, because we already have helium tree over here. But we don't really have deuterium over here. Deuterium, there's 2 ways to get deuterium. There's technically 1 way to get deuterium, and that is to get it from hydrogen. We do get saline water though. So this place over here is turning the salt water into salt and distilled water. And then this guy over here is turning the distilled water over there into oxygen and hydrogen gas. As such, we get like a whole bunch of hydrogen gas, which we then spin up in these 2 centrifuges over there into, where is it? There we go. Into all this deuterium over here. And it can also spin existing hydrogen into hydrogen tree, and hydrogen helium, I mean. Into helium tree, so that we always have something going on over here. And at the moment, It's using like the same system. Like if power is low, we spin up the fusion generator, and then if power is high, we turn it off, and then it will kind of balance itself. Good. And then of course we got a bit of an ME system in here. I'm also not quite sure how much I need, so I just placed on like a bit. Turns out we don't really need that much. However, there's one thing in here, and that is this guy over here. This guy is the best guy ever, because this over here is a void miner. It will always, always, always be drilling. It will always be getting resources. It gets about, what is it? 2 ores per second. Which is not a lot if you kind of think about it, but it's running 24 seconds, 24/7. So it's always on. It's always running, and it's always making us ores. And the main reason why I choose ROS 128B over here, or BA over here, for this place is because ROS 128BA has a lot of fluorine-rich ores on it, which you then can use to make fluorine gas out of it. Also, this is where the salt drill goes, so let's go to the salt drill. We're not going to go there. It's kind of dark in there, and monsters could technically spawn. We're just going to stay away from there. Good. But let's maybe start moving this guy around. It's not a high rate of delivery, but it's constant, exactly. And that's the important part. It's always giving us stuff. And if you kind of think about it, now that we have access to void miners, we will probably be starting to put in like a void miner on every higher tier planet, to just have like a slow but consistent input of materials. It also does not need drilling fluid. It just needs power to run. You can give it a liquid over there to make it run faster, but I don't think we need that right now. I kind of like the tempo it's going at. Alright. Let's go outside real quick then. Also, I kind of made like a little fence compound and everything. We do have to be a little bit careful about falling meteorites, especially when we're around. But this should be fine. Alright. Ooh, you're kind of close. Good, let's move this thing. There you go. You know what I didn't bring? Any kind of rocks. Well, fine. Actually, we should. Do we still have some in storage? Please tell me we have still some in storage. There we go. Hey, I didn't design the rocket. The rocket came designed that way. We got a couple. There we go. All for you. Alright. We have to build the pump in this chunk over here. And let's align the view. There we go. Yeah, we can just place you like right over there. Yeah, something like this will be fine. We can do the same height. I mean, same height doesn't really matter too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't really need the roof. If we're not around, meteorites will not spawn, so we don't need to worry about that. Meteorites will only spawn when we are around, so we don't really want to spend too much time in here. But to be perfectly honest, in all my time on GregTech, I've never really noticed a meteorite strike on any of my buildings ever. It must be very rare, or we must be very, very lucky. One of the two, but yeah, it's gonna be fine. Alright. We do need a gap over here. One will be for power, one will be for ME. I see. There we go. Take this one out. Where's stuff? ME is over there. Boop. Power will be pum. Power. Will be over there. Then we're gonna need some more robust machine casings. Some over there. Then I guess we can do this, that, and this probably. We do need an input hatch over there for mining pipe. We do need one over there for maintenance, and then now we get this off. There we go. Good. I think you're built. Where's my maintenance thing? Magic. There we go. Incomplete structure. Really? What are you missing? Got your maintenance hatch? Got your input boss? I got nothing left in my pocket. What are you missing? Oh. I swear the game has sometimes been like a little bit annoying every now and then. We're going like, hey, you're trying to build something. Now you're missing something. Tell me what. No! I will not tell you what. Is there anything down here? No. Let me drop anything over here somewhere. Sometimes the magnet does fling stuff around quite a bit. Sometimes it just lags a bit, but no, you should be fine. Pom pom pom. 7 of these. Output hatch, yes. Maintenance hatch. Energy hatch. We got all of those. Incomplete structure. Now it's fine. Yes. I've got no clue. Alright. Pom pom pom. Let's take over there. Actually, let's take over there. Like I said, sometimes it's maybe it's just server lag. I don't know. Tick issue. Maybe it's a tick issue. Could be any of those. Here we go. That's the part we want to see. Yeah, let's move over there. Here we go. These. That'll be fine. That'll be fine over there as well. We do need to do something with the floor. Bump, 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 bump. Orihara, hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And then over there. No, not that tick. Not the tick. The other tick. Alright. I'm just going to cover it like this for now. And then that'll be fine. Over there. Alright. We managed to cover it up somehow. I guess we did. It's going to be 2 past there. So over there, it's going to be over here. That's the energy hatch, perfect. And that's the output hatch. Alright, let's just fill this up. I'm just gonna, probably just gonna put the cables in there and then just call it a day. We can always make it more clean later on. Here we go. Close it up. Good. While we're here, pom pom pom, pom pom pom. Maybe some magnetic boots at some point in time so we don't fly off all the time. Alright, move you down. And then... where are these cables going? There's a cable over there somewhere. Ah, I need my crowbar for that. Did I bring my crowbar? I did bring my crowbar. We don't need this right now. Alright, so there's a cable over there, there's a cable over there, and there's a cable over there. And there's more cable on the top. Yeah, I kind of went overboard over here to make it look pretty. We're still gonna do that. He loved the goal of the creator of the Tick. Stated when asked about the comic, he said he wanted to make have a marketing success that would make the new kids on the block look sincere. I mean, never underestimate people that are very motivated to do a thing. They will pull it off. Can we make the Varya yet? Probably, but why would I want to make that? I'm happy with this. I'm very happy with this. And I know I'm infuriating people a lot by just sticking to my tools, but I like my tools. Better, faster pickaxe. Oh, this thing is already pretty fast. This thing is made out of adamantium. Where is it? There you go. Adamantium pickaxe. So we're already going pretty fast. Mining speed of 73.6. It's the reinforced rock over here that's kind of hard. I have to be very careful with this pick. If I pick anything else in the wild, I'll just dig straight through it. That is slow. It's fast enough to me. Because I'm already having issues with breaking stuff apart by accident. I don't need it any faster. Even bedrock. Let's maybe not start breaking bedrock. Alright, before we connect you over there, let's get the panels out. There we go. We do kind of want to hide the cables. Don't worry about that behind the cable. It's basically just open air. It'll be fine. I think I got some more of these. You only got 16 of these. Let's hope that we don't need to make some more panels. It's not like it's hard to make these panels, but we don't really got a lot of materials over here. At some point in time, we should probably make that ME dimension connection thingamajig. At some point in time. It's not that hard to do. I've actually already looked at it a couple times. I was like, yeah, we can do that. But most of the time, it was just like, no. Alright, fill you up again. Fill you up again. There we go. Let's fill the murder hole. Then, very much important, if you put a cover and you want to pass power through, make sure that you set it to energy mode. And also you cannot connect the cable. There we go. That seems to be connected. And then, where is that ME cable going through? It's over there. It's not over there. There we go. It's... Oh. Oh, there's cable over here? Where the fuck is this going? Oh, it's going up over here. Pom 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 pom. It's going through there. And yes, Calador, I've got a hole for murdering people. It's the best thing ever. You should try your own murdering hole as well. It's a lot of fun to do. Also, putting that in your tax report makes people no longer ask for your taxes. You go like Mr. Boltviking, do you actually have a murder hole? And I go like, yes, I do. And then they go like, all right, no more tax for you. And they go like, thank you. All right. Actually, I did get my tax report finally back from like 2023. And then, yeah, they basically, apparently I double booked something. They were like, hey, idiots, you double booked something over here. We have taken it off. I'm like, all right, how much do I lose? And they're like 100 euros. I'm like, all right, fine. Sure. Is Megatron still alive? Megatron, are you still alive? I do think we have to top up Megatron's money account very soon. Because I'm pretty sure his budget is running kind of low.
Of course, Eggerswap, the dim-lit yawping bean lover. I'm here, ready to roll and rip into this desolate zenless Zone Zero. Like a pissed-off Optimus hunting down Decepticons, I am always on duty.
There you go. Speaking of zenless Zone Zero, we might get the same sponsorship opportunity again very soon. It's running out in like 4 days, I think. Don't worry about it. The numbers are terrible, but we're not doing it for the numbers. We're doing it for the guaranteed payout. Because I was like, yeah, sure, I'll take a guaranteed payout. So there might be another sponsored stream coming up soon. We're missing one. Are you shitting me? Okay, we're missing a couple more than one. He does reference animes. I did tell him to reference a lot of animes. Hey, Megatron, can you come up with some cool references for marketing purposes? What do we have in here?
Sure, you glorified toaster! Let's transform this stream from a beeping pile of bolts to a galactic conquest. We're not chugging along like a rusty Cybertronian train. We're soaring higher than Starscream on Red Energon. Let's make more noise than an all-spark explosion and get the word out there like a signal flare from the Ark. These streams will crush your boredom like I crush Autobots' heads. Stick that in your processor and compute it.
But Megatron, you didn't really reference anything with that. Well, except for Starscream. But referencing Starscream is as easy as taking a piss in a pot. Could you maybe come up with some up-to-date pop cultural anime references, please? There we go. Yeah, let's put you over there. Let's put you over there. We got like this one cable sticking out. We're gonna
Fine, you incessant fleshling.
See?
This stream isn't just Deku relying on one for all. It's the full might of all might. It's not just a Naruto running past. It's a Rasengan aimed straight at boredom. This isn't a regular broadcast. It's as epic as the attack on Titan.
Ooh.
It's more loaded than Light with a Death Note. Now how's that for pop culture references? You Raikage reject.
What's the last one? What kind of reject? Raikage reject. Is this that? Nah, doesn't matter. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's put some more mining pipe in there. I think we do need to put some more mining pipe in there because I think it's one short. But we can put it up real quick. There we go. Missing it's missing any kind of mining pipe. There you go. Maybe something more classic like Macross? Alright, Megatron. Apparently you were too hip for my audience. Can you come up with some more classic anime references? Like think 1980s. Alright, we're pumping helium-3 now. So we got we got 2 pipe remaining. There we go, perfect.
Oh, Bold Viking! You wouldn't know classic if it transformed and bit your beard off!
What?
Fine, let's take this back to the glorious days of the 80s. This stream isn't just a Mazinger Z launching a rocket punch. It's a thundering Voltron lion charge. It's as exciting as Goku searching for Dragon Balls, as mysterious as the City of Gold. It's a broadcast sent straight from the SDF-1 in Robotech. Happy now, you leaking lubricant canister.
Alright, that sound just stopped. Good. Alright, with that we got some more helium-3 going. And with that we don't need to worry about that outpost for any time soon. Good. One thing I kind of said is like it's going for like a lot of salt over there. Salt-wise, we're doing better. We got... Yeah, you can see that salt is definitely always in flux over here. It's going up, it's going down, it's going left, it's going right. But we are currently consuming more salt than we're making it apparently. Which I guess is fine. Not quite sure where it's all going at the moment, but as long as this over here just sits around and does its own thing, that'll be fine. Maybe it's actually stable. 655? 654? That seems like it's going down. 653. That's definitely going down. Let's check up real quick on the salt on the salt plantation. Salt plantation is further over there because I think at some point in time okay, it's still fine. Yeah, at some point in time we were kind of for a bit out of fertilizer, but it seems it's fine over here. Alright, nothing to worry about. Alright. Let me also make sure that we can get these boys back over there. That'll be fine as well. Good! Then, yeah, we got all the flotation cells in, with the exception of the one for Monozoid, but everything we can flotation cell, we are now flotation selling. This place. You can already hear it. We're not going too far into it, it's kind of loud in here. But this is the ore processing machine, and the ore processing machine is now processing all the ores that are coming in. Some of these, this one is kind of nice actually. I set up some ore dictionaries over here. That will take any kind of dust pure, any kind of dust impure, and any kind of dust deep iron, so that it will always be pushed into here. At the moment, there's probably not that much going around anymore because we kind of had our backlog done with. It's been X days since our last major boom. We don't really have that many major booms over here. I mean, how to put it? I'm being careful. Not really careful. I'm not being an idiot that much. The last big boom we had, well, a couple of booms we had over here. Oh, I do know where there's one big boom. Wait a minute. We can check it out real quick. We might need to... Let me save the game real quick, because we might need to restart the server after this. Back up. Start now. Yeah, it works. You might need to cover your ears where we're going next. It might be a bit loud, but I'll warn you in advance. Alright, backup still running, backup still running. Because I kind of noticed one thing that was happening, which was kind of suboptimal. Not quite sure if it's still the case, but we'll check. We might need to do something about that. It might also be cause of the issue we have on the server going on, which is a little bit of lag. Alright, still backing up. Yeah, the reactor that blew up Caledorn, that was over here. That wasn't this building, but this building no longer houses a reactor. Now it's an ore processing building. So there's no more reactor done. Okay, server backup is done. Let's go to the Nether. It's gonna be fun. Alright, if you want to cover your ears now. Oh, I'm not quite sure what happened over here. Oh, again! It might be a bit laggy over there. There might be a million pigmen just sitting over there. And I can't do anything about them. We can't even attack them because they're lagging out anything. If I try to do anything in here, I think even mining. Okay, mining kind of works. Well, actually it doesn't. The item is not coming out. I picked up some random zombie flesh from over there. There is a ton of lag happening. A bucket of lava will not work. They're pigmen. They're immune against lava. To make matters worse, if they turn hostile, there's a lot of special rolls in there. And once they kind of turn hostile, I basically can't do anything anymore because I get webbed like a million times. I get zapped and alchemist a million times. It's kind of horrible down there. I think what we should probably do over there is... Oh. Nothing is claimed, is there? No, it's all wilderness. I thought for sure we still had some claims in here. Apparently not. Move the portal. Let's maybe try moving away real quick. Maybe we can unload them. The problem is, nether portals keep... I can't even put my cape on. Nether portals keep the chunk loaded. So moving away... Then the world just ends over here. Oh, there we go. And I got my cape on. Nice. I mean, we can try to move away for a bit and see if it improves everything. Ah, the fortress is still around. There's the fortress. You'd have the chunk loaded, but you'd be more than 64 away from these more mechanics. Alright. Let's go on a little trip then. I mean, we should definitely be far enough away now. What is that cloud over there? Did we ever investigate this? It's a sulfur cloud. Nice. Yeah. Is Ash? It is Ash. And then discover yes, you mute, and then went to heat up lunch. Nice. If you guys got skipped because of ads, perfect. Alright, we shouldn't fly out around too much, because... Fortress Bees and Obelisk. Nice. Alright, let's see if they have these spawned by now. You might also notice some death points over there. I tried to fight them. You cannot fight that. It's no. Oh, so much better. We still got the old elevator as well. There you go. With the old mining holes. We used to do some nether mining over here for quite some time. Well then, maybe do I need to do anything about this? Maybe, who knows? Let's go back. Fine. There's always the slash difficult 0 and back to the... Where's the door? Ah, they blew up my door! Fuckers! Alright. There we go. Let's fly away. There we go. Don't pull me, you fucker! I think I shot every part of that place over there except for the guy in the nah, never mind. Yep. Alright, we would technically need a wooden sword for you. Do I have a wooden sword in here somewhere? I do have a wooden sword. I also got a magic wooden sword. Pain 2. That sounds great. Hey, you. Alright. Hey, that little piece. I think you managed to blow... Oh, good God, that's so many. Stop nudging me. I mean, we could move away, very true. I would rather shoot them. Oh, you fuckers. It's chaos! Anything left? Still a couple left there. Is the portal off at least? The portal is off. Oh. So are we dying? We're slowly dying. I got the hell out of it. Nice. Have a snack. Alright, where's the rest of you guys? Alright, cleanup done. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, we're never going back to the Nether. It's kind of silly over there. Is the bunny still alive? Oh, they murdered the bunny. No. Well, we find him. Alright, could have been worse. Could have definitely been way worse. We got some more magic golden pants out of that. We got so many of those. Alright, let's take this away. Good, but yeah, that's more or less about the nether. We're never going there anymore. Good, alright. But we want to make some progress today. And I think we're going to start off with the data bank thingamajig, which we probably need to start up a little bit more. So let's go back in here. Let's open up the quest book, which is right over here. Here we go. So, we kind of want to build the data bank. We already got the data bank controller, but we need to build the actual data bank structure. I think we're still missing like a couple of elements for that. Definitely the heat banks. Those are add 4 extra slots for data stakes. Only 4? I mean, that's not gonna be too helpful. Is there a bigger thing for these data access things? Ah, there's also one for 16. Wait, which one is this one? That's the data access. Oh, okay. We can put these in there, the old ones. Can we, does it show over here up with upgrades? It does not. Data bank. Control a block for the data bank used to supply assembly lines with more data stakes and given multiple assembly lines access to the same data stake. Data access transmission cover, data access hatch, any computer casing, energy hatch, maintenance hatch. Alright. What does the data bank do? So, to use these assembly lines over here, these ones over there, you need to bring them blueprints with these data stakes. Like, for example, over here, we can make like the LOV parts, like the conveyors, the motors, the pumps, and stuff like that. As well as some specialized buildings over here. And then for the next tier, we can also have to supply, yet again, similar blueprints, but for that tier one over. For UV, we get a whole other set of blueprints, and you kind of then end up with like one assembly line that's going to be matched to like one specific level. But we don't really want to do that per se. I would rather have like 4 of these just sitting around, and we're going to be parallelizing them, like running them in parallel. And we're going to be outfitting them with their special data hatch so that they can get their data stake from the data bank. So they can all share those data stakes across them, and we no longer need to mix and match our data stakes with our recipes. Because if we go downstairs real quick, we also, of course, got the inputs over here. Actually, this is the old one, this is there. We also got the matching patterns over here to the matching stakes, but if we can share the stakes, we can then also share the patterns. So all of this over here will then be like a little bit more equalized. And I've already made like a new assembly machine over there, a bigger one, and we're going to be extending this guy out by like 1, so that this guy over there is also going to be max size. But before we can do that, let's maybe set up this guy over there up with some data stakes. Once this guy's running, we can then upgrade the other one over there and then set them into the same setup. Data bank, we made that thing that is sitting over there. We probably need these things over there as well. Those are assembly line reception connectors. Those will be the blocks that we're replacing these blocks over there. We can already place like 2 of them. So we're gonna have like 1 over there and 1 over there. Can we orientate you up? Well, we sure can. We could maybe even place it over here, but I think if I remember correctly from the assembly line, the data hatch needs to be right next to the assembly line machine itself. That's too many ass in assembly line. I made them, right? Maybe I did not make them. Wait a minute. Basic assembly machine assembly line. We have ported it at some point in time. Oh, okay. Now we have them. There we go. Assembly line. The controller either great on layer 3 or the first slice, and then the data access next to the controller. It's only optional, but I don't really see how it's optional. It needs to be next to the controller. So if we take these out then you'll be over there, and you'll be over there. Good. You still have issues. Why do you still have issues? Probably because you're missing your maintenance hatch. Where did we plan the maintenance hatch for these guys? All the way at the end, I see. One over there then, and over there then. Pom pom pom, pom pom pom. Come on. Maintenance. Do these please. We don't need the quest book right now. There. You over there. And you over there. Alright, are you now good to go? Now you're good to go. Perfect. So the building is now valid. Let's fix it real quick. Good, 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 good. Alright. Very suggestion of interesting looking rockets that definitely are designed for multi-purpose use. Yes! Those rockets will go to Uranus. And back again. And then back to Uranus. And then back again. That's what rockets do. Good. This thing over here is technically ready to run. Let's make the data bank. So what else do we need for the data bank? We need those heat vents. Let's go for tech. There they are. Computer heat vents. I think we need a couple more of these. So let's order up like another 14. We are missing something. Tiny stainless steel fluid pipes. What the hell? How did we lose that recipe? Alright. Really? Let me just check up on something real quick. Looks fine. Alright, somewhere in there we have those tiny stainless steel fluid pipes. We can make them real quick. Computer casing, computer heat vent. These guys over there, we make them out of liquid metal now. Make them in batches of 64. Here we go. Then we don't need the screwdriver right now. Open up you. We go for pipe and we go for shaper. Here we go. What is this? Tiny tungsten steel, and now we have tiny stainless steel. There we go. Done. Alright. Heating vents, 14, and off we go. At least with the existing blocks, we can already sketch out where things will be. Especially with... Let's just take out you real quick. We can use this for the corners. The building, I think, is 5 by 3 by 3. Perfect. So it's going to be 5 wide. It's going to be, well, 5 long, 3 wide. So what we could do is like 1 over there, 1 over there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It will be sitting over here somewhere. Alright, what else do we need? Energy hatches. We definitely do need an energy hatch. Energy. We could go for a ZPM, but let's go for an LOV for now. We should... there they are. One of these. We probably also need another maintenance hatch. I think we need a maintenance hatch. I think maybe we do not need a maintenance hatch, because if I recall correctly, these over here, they do need one. And then data bank transmission connectors. We don't have any of those yet. Tech. There's the heating vents. Data, high power casing, advanced computer casing. We don't even know how to make those. So that will be data bank transmission connector. There we go. Really? Alright, we actually don't know what they are. Made out of a data access hatch and an optical transmission connector. I thought for sure I put... What? No? What are these then? Optical reception connector. And we need the data bank transmission connector. Alright, it's a different thing. Looks very much similar, it's a different thing. This is a data access hatch together with an optical transmission connector. Yeah, temperatures are also kind of nice. I'm really much looking forward to like opening all my windows over the weekend and just venting everything. Alright, that's the data bank. Sure, we can put it next to it. It'll be fine. Data bank transmission connector, assembly line connector, optical... What the fuck are we making again? Data bank transmission connector. This one. 4 of them, please. We're missing optical transmission connectors. Alright. Do that with these. There we go. For that we need some crystal chips. It's the Stellaris music. And speaking of Stellaris, 4.0 is on its way. There will be a DLC. The DLC has already been announced, I think sometime this week, which will give us basically the counterpart to the Machine World. Or what was the last one called? Machine Core, Machine World? Machine Age, there we go. We get more or less the Biological Age, which will be all about biological ships. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be so fucking great. 4 of these, please. Alright, those have been crafted. I do kind of hope that they kind of flesh out the things they put in Grand Archive a bit more, because the biological ships you could already make in Grand Archive were kind of, I don't know, they were kind of weird. I didn't really like them. I tried to make it work for me, but it was more like... wasn't really too happy with them. Alright, that will be the heat vents. You over there and you over there. Data bank. Anything? Any high power casing, any computer casing. Oh, we got different things. Is it hollow? It's not hollow. Apparently that's not hollow. Okay. Alright, but the controller, where will the controller be? The controller will be not entirely in the middle, it will be somewhere over there. This is usually where the hologram thingamajig is super useful. And the hologram thingamajig is in here somewhere. Hologram! There it is. Boop! Well then, 1 is classic hatches. 2 is Access Data Bank, Master Hatches, or Computer Casings. These are 1s. 2. Alright, what about the corners then? Are these supposed to be heat vents? Those are mandatory heat vents. Those cannot be anything else. Alright, so front side will be anything that is a number 1. Classic hatches or high power casings. What do you mean by classic hatches? There's no such thing as classic hatches in here. Any computer casing, any high power casing, any high power casing. Classic hatches or high power casing, data access banks or computer casing. So the back part of here is computer casings, these are the high power casings in the front. Alright. So data access hatch, the energy hatch and the maintenance hatch need to be at the front. That's the only thing we need to know. So let's not do that. Let's do it like this. See, I'm already happy with my pick. My pick does not need to be any more powerful, and it's already like obliterating whatever I look at. So let's put you over there. Let's put you over there. We technically don't even need access to that. It'll be fine. All right, and the rest over here that will then be tech. Let's put the add in front of that so that we can actually find the stuff. The rest of this will be advanced computer casings. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 2 more. Here we go. You over there, and you over there. Good. What about those data hatches? Are they done yet? No, they're still being made. There they are. Because I'm still waiting on the fiber reinforced epoxy resin. Ah, yeah, that's a thing we should probably also handle a bit. At the moment, things like fiber reinforced epoxy resin sheets, as well as another craft that sometimes pops up in here, are still being done in a very old, not really a very old, I think it's actually an LOV machine, but it's still being done with a old 111 block machine. So what we need over here is some chemical bath controllers, like these ore washing plants. The ore washing plants can also be used as chemical baths. Ore washing, but what is the housing for that? What are the other blocks called? We need ourselves some wash plant casings. There we go. Alright, we got a couple of these. I'm pretty sure we need a couple more. Can you make like another 64 of these? Yeah, that'll be fine. And that's also kind of the reason why I made some space over here, so that we can start putting down these ore ration plants in here. 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 7 by 5, right? 5 or 7, yes. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Put you in the front. Start putting these in there. What about the remainder of these? Okay, they're going kind of slow. They'll be coming in sooner or later. But this is more or less just to speed up the epoxy board production, because that's kind of slow. That's like slow. We do need a couple things in the back, like a power thing with Jake, a reservoir, and then I guess we can do the inputs over there or something like that. Let's go downstairs real quick. Boop. Ah, fuck. The one place where I cannot go downstairs, right over here. There we go. Also, it's not quite clear where this machine is. I think it's over there. That's good. Yeah, best place to build this thing over there. Absolutely. At least we can upgrade this wire over there. It'll be fine. Alright. What do we need? We need energy hatches, yet again. Let's go for the LOV. We're gonna need some maintenance. There we go. And since this is going to be crafting, we're going to need some inputs. We're going to need the cells. Let's go for the super bus, as well as the ZPM input hatch. And then we're also going to need some output. I'm pretty sure we're getting both, like normal outputs as well as liquid outputs. There they are. And then back to the washing plants. There we go. And last but not least, the reservoir. One, please. That should be everything we need. Alright, let's finish up you real quick. Let's use one for that. There's a thing over there. Done. Just instantly done. Then, we're gonna need the water supply in here. That'll be you. We're gonna need energy engine here, that will be you. And then over there is where the IO will be. Oh, almost done. Also the maintenance hatch will be over there. Nice at the front. There we go. Over there. Alright. Poof. Is a very tight space to build the thing I want to build in here. Yeah, it's actually looking to work like that. It will work if we either push it out to the side or just pull it along by one more. Then it'll be fine. So then we can do the inputs, oops. And the output, Output bus, output patch. Oh, that's gonna be super tight. Actually, if you're gonna think about it, you're gonna be over there. It's not the maintenance hatch yet. That will be the next one over, but this is fine. And then the two inputs will be over here, like over there and over there. Alright, so let's also make this over here a little bit easier to use. There we go. I still keep putting this thing in my inventory every time I use it. Like, every damn time. What do we need? We need some cables. We need some thicker cables, some thinner cables. We're gonna need a dual interface. 2 of them actually. We're gonna need a peer-to-peer interface, even though we're not gonna be doing much peer-to-peer, but I'll show you why we're gonna be using the peer-to-peer interface in a second. Combine up these two into that. Combine up that thing into that. We're gonna need some quartz. What? There we go. Alright, that should be everything. Nope. Not over there, mate. You over there. Actually, we need some more parts, but it'll be fine for now. You over there, you over there. Then we're gonna need the main interface. Alright, I kind of want to walk over there a bit, so do this real quick. The main interface will be over there, which will also be you and you. Then we need to connect you up to you over here somehow. That's connected from there. That's connected from there. And that's connected from there. So that goes back. Good. And now that we got this little side pot over there, that's perfect because we do need to route some power around, which we can do like this. And then we take another cable like that. There we go. And now you got power over there. Good. Alright. What else do we need? Storage. 2 of them. I almost thought it was a bot answer, but I can maybe help you. What do we have over there? Just to check, did you know that priority system in AE works like that? Low priority minus fast means secondary produces low, export first, import last. High producers means export last, import first. I saw that in 3-fold videos. Yeah! Every time I work with priority in AE, I have to look it up. But I've looked it up so many times in the last couple of weeks that it's now kind of stuck in my brain since like forever. If you want to put items into the network, like into any kind of storage housing, like these storage buses over here will work, or your data drives, then it will go into whatever has the highest priority. So if you got like, let's do it. Actually, we can check over here. There we go. This is the part for the assembly machine. These are all storage buses, all one by one. Items enter over here via this dual interface into this subsystem, and it will be stored in the highest priority first, which is this guy over there with priority 15. And then it will be stored into this guy over there with priority 14, and then 1 over priority 13, etc., 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 etc. So if you want to put items to store them in your AEN network, either on the drive or behind the storage bus, it will go into the highest priority first. If you want to take them out, it goes out with lowest priority first. Simple high priority is long-lasting storage, low priority is for buffer storage, and that's the thing where you will never have issues. Maybe? Maybe? I mean, if we go to our dedicated ore processors, actually we don't need to fly anymore. We can run now. There we go. Whee! If we go to our dedicated production plants, which are sitting over here, and this is, well, we could probably give it like a bit of a better distinction. Very true. At the moment, everything goes through the same input and the same output. But over here, we got another subsystem. Like this entire building is its own network. And then we got like this junction setup over here, where we connect it from the main network over there into like the sub network. And then each one of these over here has their own storage buses, like storage bus over there for physical items going in or being taken in and taken out. These over here have a priority of 1,000. Is that correct? Yeah, that is correct. Because we only want to draw items from our main network if we can't find them in our sub network. So priority over here is set to 1,000. And then on the other side, if we want to pick up items from anywhere inside of the main network, we look in the sub producers first. And technically there needs to be a distinction between these in my opinion, because we should probably split this part up over here, this part over there up into things that we actually make, like the platinum, the tritium and stuff like that. We will probably want to distinguish that in a way that we only want to pick up those up if we can't find them anywhere else. But for things like copper, silicium dioxide and stuff like that, we do kind of want that to get out of the system ASAP. So there actually needs a little bit more hatches over here, but to be perfectly honest, I'm kind of fine with that, and whenever we have issues with things being full, I just put another disc in. Just add another disc, it'll be fine. And then the same over here is also true for fluids. Like, we use our internal fluids first. Like, whatever we can find, we use internally first. And if we can't find any of these in our internal network, we'll pull it in from the external network. And then the same thing over here the other way around. We do got some loops in here. We have to be careful about that. But the loops seem to be fine. For example, chlorine gas over here. Can technically be found by it via itself over here, but it seems to be fine. So ever since we are no longer using like the general access connections like we did in the past, it doesn't really seem that we have any more issues with that anymore. So restricting these over here definitely helps us out quite a bit. Be careful with subnetworks and partner with quartz fiber. It's a huge source of lag, and you should only abuse subnetworks only if you have neutronium cells. Oh, really? Actually, these subnetworks over here are being powered via Lapotron. They're just being powered over here with the Lapotron capacitors. Don't change the power in the network of the quartz fibers. Power users will across the network will cause network updates back and forth between them. All networks should have their own way of being powered. Yeah, they have. The only thing which we quartz power are like the very, very small subnetworks. Like the ones that don't even have controllers in them. But this guy over here has its own little power source. Yeah, it gets its own little fat cable. For the bigger buildings, that is. I think we have a small one on here as well. Do we have a small one on here? No, we don't. There we go. Alright, off we go. Random chick. Left! 3 times left. 180. That was on the 180. Shit. Where are we? Over here. Yeah, I mean, for these things over there, I don't really see how we can do this any better than this. It's in my opinion, the way to go. Even if it causes lag, I'm probably going to be fine with it. Alright. Yeah, you get this guy over there. You get that guy over there. One thing we do need is blocking cards. I don't think we got any more blocking cards. No, we do. Never mind. That'll be you. And then get in there. Get in there. There we go. Good. So that thing over there is good to go. Only thing missing is power. There's a cable on the way. Yeah, it could work. There. Actually, that could have also worked. Well, never mind. It's now over there. Super. And that. This way. That way. This way. That way. And in we go! Alright. Then we need some more wash plants. There we go. I think you're great to go. You seem to be fine. Incomplete. Oh, you're missing a muffler. Yeah, so you're definitely missing a muffler. These guys require mufflers. There. That's up. Yeah, now you're good. Go. Off you flow. You're running in ore washer mode. Oh, you're gonna be... Wait. Chemical bath. There we go. I think it was already in chemical bath mode. Good. And now we can move those recipes along. So... where's my interface room with chickens over there? Yeah. Chemical bath. Oh, yes. All of these. Like this guy. That guy. Some of these we're probably going to keep in there, but the activated carbon is one of those. We might want to give that thing more power, actually. This thing can go into there. The super plasticized treated high-strength concrete. That sounds like a fun block to work with. And then the fiber reinforced. Oh, that's probably also the reason why this thing over here sometimes breaks. Oh wait, no, these are 2 different recipes. Oh, these are 2 different recipes. All right. Large chemical reactor. reactor. The rare earth processing in there, I don't think we need to do that anymore. There's also the salt recipe in here. We definitely don't need to do that anymore. Alright, let's look at these real quick. So, what about you over there? You are putting an endiron radon. Here we go. Supersize it. What about this guy over there? That is the concrete recipe. Supersize it. We don't give those shits anymore over here. Supersize it. Save output, different inputs. Yeah, we can check up on it. Laser resistant plate. No, wait. Yeah, that should be enough. We don't need that many of those. Here we go. Does it really need water as an input? I think in the chemical bath mode, yes. Actually, no, wait a minute, it doesn't. You're correct about that. No, that was not correct. Kick you out. Makes it a little bit easier. And then the epoxy stuff. Yeah, let's make these in batches of 512. That epoxy is kind of expensive. Same for this stuff over there. 512. Oh, 2 different recipes. I see. One with carbon fiber. Wait a minute. Which one is the better one then? That's glass fiber. I think the carbon fiber is easier to do. And again, glass fiber. Let's put this one. Fiber boards. This stuff. So yeah, we can either use glass fiber or raw carbon fiber. Both have the same crafting time. Glass fiber is made out of borosilicate glass. Borosilicate glass is made out of molten borosilicate, which we can get out of borosilicate glass dust, which is glass dust and boron. I kinda find boron important, so we're gonna use the carbon fibers. So this guy over there, we're gonna delete you. Yeah, carbon fiber is definitely easier. Quantum stars. Supersize it. We got it now. We don't really care anymore. Good. Alright, start putting them in. There we go. And then this thing over there. We need to check up if we still need the oxalate recipe. I don't think we need it anymore. Oop. Alright, this can go back, that can go back. We don't need this anymore. We don't need that anymore right now. These we do need. Search inventory, good to go. And then also very important, much important, this thing over there. There you go. Assembly. What is this called again? Chemical bath. Just that. So if we now want to use the chemical bath, we can use it over there. Alright. Anything being crafted in the background? Yeah, this stuff over there. That's graphene dust. That's being done over there. That's stuck. Advanced glue. Wait a minute. Are we actually still making advanced glue? Oh. But when things pop up over there, you already know, like, we probably need to take a look at that. There's only one building left in there, or one machine left in there that is actually important, which is this guy over there. You're good to go, apparently. Nobody's making advanced glue over there. Because you're wanting to make some acetone. But we don't have a recipe for acetone anymore. That just doesn't exist anymore. I mean, we're now making acetone whenever we can, but I might have broken something about the acetone production as it was moving stuff around. There's a good chance that we did that. Because technically we've got like a permanent acetone maker. One of these is one of that. What do you export? Water, carbon dioxide, acetone. Hey, we found him. It's this guy over there. Ah. Well, that's a problem. Alright. You do that, it'll be fine. Yeah, the power issues in here, we've got them handled. Kind of turned out that this Lapatron capacitor over there was still running EV level power batteries. I upgraded them now to LOV. And also the power connection, not over here, like not on the input side, which is coming in from over there somewhere, but from the source side all the way where we have the central capacitor, which is this guy over there. It kind of turned out that there was a very, very small dynamo hatch attached to that thing. And it just couldn't push enough power. But it should now be able to push enough power. Alright, these are working again. You're making acetone again. Good. Which also kind of means that we can kick you out. You are somewhat stuck. We don't care about that. What about you? You're crafting something. Somewhere. Over there. In there? Really? No. That doesn't belong in there. That's one over there. That's one over there. That's one over there. That's probably also liquid in there, right? Yep. Also, molten iridium in there. Lovely. Alright, get yourself a drum. Bom, 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 bom. The cube. Yeah, they need to be in the Anonymous Crafter. And the Anonymous Crafter, I think, is this guy over here. Yeah. Alright, you're kind of full. You're kind of full. I don't really want to add a new one in there. I guess we have to. One of these, please, and then 1, 2, 3. While we're here, we can probably also. Okay, you're still kind of full. Did we? Is that not the level? Hey, it's this one over there. Oh, that's the level 2. Yeah, because we definitely cleared out a couple of these. Let me just clear out you real quick. Here, break it apart. You get the cover recipe in there. And then you get a new one right over there. Not like that. You over there, you over there. Set you to blocking mode. Have 3 of these. Have these 2 in there. Alright, and then we cancel you. We put all the stuff back in that we have found. Let's just put some extra stuff back. We can always get it back out of our system. Let's also put the iridium back. And then let's call it again. So what else is it called? It was the data bank. Was it these things? Transmission connectors. That sounds correct. Keep me 4 of these, please. Ominous sound. Yeah, that seems to be working now. Oh, that's not that fast. Could be better. Could definitely be better. Oh. We're just in time to see this thing spin itself up. Look at that. Yeah, we definitely need, like, I'm still kind of thinking about doubling down the rings over there, but those rings are also kind of expensive, man. They're not cheap. Alright, yeah, they're coming in now. Get the computer casings. Boom, 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 boom. That should be the front done. And then the back over here and the top. Well, what else do we have in here? Data bank. Data bank. So that's high power casing. Why is it blue? I guess it just turns blue. And then everything else is data hatches. Alright. Any high power casing. What did we put in there? We put in advanced computer casings. We put in the wrong kind of case. I think these are being need to be at the back. And the bottom, like this. Alright, that means... Pum pum pum. Yeah, these are coming in any second. Take. High power casings. We need 6 of those. And then some advanced computer casings. Make like another 16 or something like that. It'll be fine. How expensive are those? Okay, a couple of... How many emeralds? 200 emeralds? Wow. Yeah, it'll be fine. Alright, the data hatches are here. We also need to paint these accordingly. Oh. Okay. I heard some weird scratching noises. Now they're gone. Is that maybe... Oh, was it this machine? It was this machine, probably. The carbon fibers. Alright, let's put these hatches in over there. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the painting part, I'm not quite sure about the painting part yet, because, yeah, we can't cross them. Do not cross or split. Which means we're gonna have some weird wires going out from over here. I mean, we can definitely, well, we can run these cables on top from over there. About painting those cables, there's a quest for that. There it is, paint by the numbers. If you want to color all those fancy cables as such, you want to use a humble paintbrush. To uncolor them, use a bucket of water. Really? Just throw a bucket of water on your PC parts? Sure. Alternatively, you can also use the IC2 painter, the GregTech spray can, or the AE2 color applicator. Paintbrush. Do I really have to make a paintbrush? It's made by a wooden gear. I'm not quite sure if I still got the technology to make a wooden gear. That kind of sounds not very effective. Alright, let's maybe try to at least put down some of these cables to see how they behave. So... Oh. I guess they will not connect to anything unless you paint them. I mean, usually when you, like, place them next to each other like this, so when you actually click on the active side of them, they will try to form up, but I guess not. Like this, and this, and that. Random. Alright, what do we have in terms of paint? The last time we tried some paint experiments, we got the paint brush, but we need a paint brush. We got the wrong kind of paintbrush. Alright. I guess we can put that into our system and see what happens. Molecular assembler. There we go. It will probably tell us, like, no, you don't got the stuff for that, mate. And I'm like, alright. Yeah, we don't know how to make wooden gears. Ah! Alright, how does one make a wooden gear? Can we... Yeah, oh, really? I don't even think I'm just gonna make a wooden gear. I mean, how often do we need the paintbrush for that? I don't even think... Do we even got sauce? No, we don't. We don't even got the throwaway sauce in there. Yeah, we're gonna manually craft one. What do we need for that? Just some sticks and some planks. Iron rods. Yeah, all the same wall. Plank. Bring one of these. And then a saw. I think we can use this saw for that. Put you in the middle. Ah, did we do it incorrect? Oh, it's not iron sticks. It's wooden sticks. Stick. There they are. Hey, can you make me like 64 of these? There we go. Diagonal Minecraft when never. I will jump out of a window. Here we go. We actually made the wrong kind of wooden gear. Now actually we made the correct kind of wooden gear. It's just like... There you go. Is it? Ah, there we go. Okay, we got ourselves a paintbrush now. So, do I still need paint for that? Alright, if you want to color all those fancy cables and such, you'll want to use the humble paintbrush. To uncolor them, use a bucket of water. Ah, okay, I see. We just combined it up with some actual colors. Alright. Give me like red. We don't got a lot of red, but we got a bit of red around somewhere. There you go, there's one. Let's start with red. You. Paintbrush red. So, we need to paint the hatch. Okay, it's red now. And then the cable. Ah, and then it connects. There we go. Do we have to do this individually? That's probably where we get the chemical dye and stuff like that, right? Because I would rather just have these prepared in the color for me instead of having to do all of this. This kind of feels a bit like a downgrade. There we go. That's one connection in. At least we don't need to worry too much about these over here cross-connecting. There we go. That will be one of them. If you're lucky, you can call the cable on your crafting grid. We can check. Does this work? The thing is, the coloring over here, it doesn't really show up as another entity. It's still called optical fiber cable. What happens if you pick one of these up? Yeah, it'll turn back into non-colored optical fiber. Ugh. What the fuck? Ah! That's gonna be horrible. That's one too many. Well then, I guess we only need two colors, red and green or something like that. I guess red and green will be fine, but we do need to know the paintbrush then. I think there's an infinite spray can, which we can use to paint it like however we see fit. We are most likely going to get that very soon. Alright, the machine will be all the way over there. And then we need to be one further out for the power cable. You can already start coming over like this. As you will be... Let's keep you close over here. That. It's gonna be not pretty, to say the least. Double your connection. Let's see. Pom pom pom. Wait a minute. You go like this, like that, like this, like that, and then you come out like this, come out like that. Okay. Actually, we can already paint a little bit of it. We can paint you. No, we cannot. Because this needs to be... Well, it can still be the red wire, but we need to do the red wire different. Well, we're already getting new modern problems. Looking forward to it. Actually, we can keep this hatch like this, like this. The hatch will be somewhere else. I think we can place the hatch over here. There you go. So I shift clicking the cable with the brush. We can check in a second. Shift clicking the cable with the brush. What does that do? Eh. Oh, these cables are funky. Nah, we can't paint you yet. Yeah, it will. I don't really see how you can get the logic into to color all of them. Well, I kind of. Oh, it's already in line mode. It would be nice if you have something like line mode or something like that for the wrench. If we would have for the paintbrush over there. But sadly, that does not exist. There's a screaming story. Alex, man, this is just average cave noises. I mean, our buildings are getting so big that we get cave noises in here. By the way, Doc Sparrow, have you seen the best thing ever yet? You're gonna love this. Like every person who has its own little garden is gonna love this. Let me just also turn this off real quick. We got some shrubberies. We got some actual path shrubberies. Look at them. Path shrubberies. They're amazing. And they're everywhere. More lamps needed? Oh, you have not seen the new lamps yet? Look at those. We got floodlights everywhere now. Like actual better floodlights than the other ones we had over there. These are really, really nice. And if you look at it at night, they light up the paths quite well. There's still some lamps missing over here, and over there, like more or less this building over there is missing lamps. But wherever we do have them, they do brighten up the area quite well. Inside, we still need some more lamps. But outside, we're good. I guess we need the second paintbrush because we need the second color. How about green? Can we combine it with the letters? I guess cactus green. Should be able to make one, right? Thank you. And then paintbrush. Here we go. It'll be green. At least it's a nice green. Like a nice bright green, not like a dark and dready green. There we go, connect that. Another green. And we got some more optical fiber. There we go. That will not work. And the realm of dumb duck moves today. Your NAS enclosure packed it in, so it seems it's fine. 2 drives are still good. Mirror it, no problem. Pop the drive into your SATA toaster, connect to the PC, data structures are unreadable, partitions and volumes are sound. No data. Oh no. Oh, the NAS will sort next 4? Yeah, Windows can't read that. Windows will just be like, I'm not quite sure what you're even trying to read there, but it's nothing we support. I still kind of find it very, very interesting how a lot of the good development tools on Windows will only work when you got like the Linux subsystem installed. But like even most functions in the PowerShell will only work if you got like the Linux subsystem installed. I'm just like, wait a minute, what the fuck are you guys doing over there? All right, it looks a bit like a Christmas tree now. Let's hope this is only going to be the first one of hopefully not that many, because this is ish. There's not a freeware that will let you read your Linux drives and recovery continues. Yeah, or just use like any kind of Linux boot stick and use fdisk. Looks impressive. Yeah, I mean it's just cables. It's just cables. Alright, let's see if we can finish up the data bank then. Tech. There they are. We need these, we need those. These will be at the front. There. And then we need the data stick hatches. What are they called? We're gonna need data access hatches, but the better ones. I'm pretty sure we can install the better ones. Okay, can you make me like 16 of these? Nope. Apparently we still have got an old recipe in there. Advanced. What is the automated data access hatch? Data access for multi-blocks at 16. What's the difference? Well, one is made with way more expensive components, which we cannot pay for yet. So I guess we're gonna make these ones. Ah, good old ZPM. Not you. Actually, you. Sorry. Data, what are they called? Data... Access... Hatch. There they are. Replace. Yeah, can you make me like 16 of these? Sure. If there's one question you very, very like to do not want to answer is what the fuck are those guys over doing at Microsoft? They're not, well... I mean, at least they're moving in some kind of direction, right? Alright, how many data sticks can we stick in here then? We can technically also put them in the bottom side over there, but... It will be like this, that, and then those two over there. Maybe let's keep those open over there. Let's just put them in the back side for now. So this and that. So we only need 6 of them. I have ordered up 16. It'll be fine. They'll be done any minute now. How long will that take? Alright, carbon fiber. The epoxy is running now over there. I'm a little bit sus about the graphene dust recipe over there. That seems not to be going well. It's still scheduling acetone. Where the fuck are you? Oh, you are actually scheduling acetone. Really? Where? Why? How? Is that being done in... No. Are you still active? Apparently. How about no? What is this? Molten epoxy. How about no? We don't do that over there anymore. And if we're already over there, do you still got anything left in you then? Yeah, there's still something you do over there, I guess. What is that? Fuel. We don't do that anymore. Chloroform. We can probably do that somewhere else. Heavy fuel. We don't do that anymore. Phenol. Maybe. So let's check out phenol and chloroform. So, epoxide. We got a better epoxide maker. take it away. Fuel, we don't care about that. We can get that. Same for heavy fuel, we can get it from somewhere else. And then phenol. Here we go. Phenol. We can do that in a number 1 chemical plant or number 24. This will make sodium hydroxide and chlorobenzene. Isophthalate, molten poly. I think that's only a byproduct. That's not something we actually want to do. Isocrop into acetone. And the other one, chlorobenzene and water. Propene, benzene, phosphoric acid, and oxygen gas into phenol and acetone again. Benzene, chlorine, and water into all of the above. Chlorobenzene. Are we making chlorobenzene anywhere? We probably need this for something. Chlorobenzene. Apparently we know how to make that. If you want to make one of these, we are... Okay, that's already been upgraded. So any recipe for this in a number 1 recipe will be fine. Chlorobenzene and water sounds perfect. Let's do this one. But then the question remains, don't we already have a recipe for phenol? And the answer to that is, for one, we got like 9.9 million phenol in storage, and for another, we do have another recipe for phenol, and that is currently missing heavy fuel. Where is this being made? What the hell? Alright, phenol? That's probably this guy over there. Over there! Stop doing that. And then we no longer know how to make phenol. Good. Yeah, we kind of want to do, definitely want to do this recipe over there. So, both phenol recipes. This creates toluene and benzene and phenol. This is, what the hell is this? This is just distilling. We don't need that. This can go away. We got the big oil refinery for that. Yeah, bomb. You make phenol out of chlorine and water. Bomb, go away. And chloroform, we'll check it out later. So then we go back to you. We want to make ourselves some phenol out of chlorobenzene and water. That sounds like a good idea. We don't really care about the high diluted stuff. And then we just give this a couple of hits. There we go. And that's going to be our new recipe. Alright. If we do need it, we now know how to make it. And actually, why am I walking over there? We can just use, yes, stand on the post. We can look for the quad assembly. There we go. And then quad assembly, mega chemical reactor. Our interface is too small. Damn it. Or in this case, too big. But it should be this guy. It should be this guy. Yeah. Recipe number 1. And then we just look where we got some space. We got some space in there. Yeah. Start making phenol in there. Fine. Good. And then what are we making over there? We are making chloroform. Alright. Chloroform. There it is. Probably need it for something. Don't really know what we need it for. That is required in a chemical reactor at level 3. What do we need it for? Do we really need this? We need to make that into fluoroform. Fluoroform can then be mixed into reactive ion etching stuff. I don't think we're using that yet. What else do we need chloroform for? It was probably required for something. There's a quest for that. The next step is to mix methane and chlorine to make chloroform. Make sure you have to go circuit this correctly. Now the probably is a good time to look at stockpiling chlorine, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Where is this quest? Why do we need chloroform? Where was that even? No. Yeah. No, yes. Chloroform. There you go. Tier 3 chloroform. Is that part of rocket fuel? No, that's part of polytetrafluoroethylene. But polytetrafluoroethylene over here, which we can get from molten polytetrafluoroethylene, which we get from tetrafluoroethylene, which we get from hydrofluoric acid, methane gas, and chlorine. There's no more chloroform in there. I guess they kicked that out. So, best thing ever, we got a recipe over here, which we no longer need. Poof, off it goes. Alright, where's my hole? There you go, there it is. I guess it did some kind of recipe cleanup. I did kind of notice that after we updated like to the next minor version, from 2.6 to 2.7, that a whole bunch of minor things did change, in fact. But it was still kind of hard to keep proper track of what actually did change in the end. Data sticks. There we go. We got 5 of these hatches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we get one more, then we can see if the multiform or the multi-block forms up. What are you making over there? Palladium foil, some chips, a lot of chips, so many chips. More palladium, more raw crystal chips, crystal processing units. Good. We might be able to see like all the new lasers in action. Or not. None of them are working. Yeah, I did spend a good amount of time to build all of this. Do keep in mind we do got some automated tools for that, especially the excavation part. But yeah, I mean, this is also kind of why I really do enjoy playing Minecraft. Like it's like building like your own little Lego city, and you just start building stuff, and you start building stuff, and you start building stuff, and things come together, and then at some point in time you get yourself like, you got fuel, and then at some point in time you get yourself like a little space outpost, because you ever wanted to have a space outpost, so now we got a space outpost on a moon. Not the Earth's moon, but on a moon. A little indoor facility. This is a permanent space outpost, by the way. You can check up these machines over there. Are you still doing fine? You're still doing fine. What about you? Running perfectly. What about you? Running perfectly. Nice. Did we do Minecraft before? Yes, I did. But it was mostly just playing until I got bored of it. And usually I get bored of it quite fast. But this is a lot of fun, actually. I mean, this outpost comes with its own little fusion reactor even. I do kind of like that you can just stick like these plasma turbines, like 4 of them, which is the exact ratio that you need for one turbine, like inside of the turbine. That kind of works. But yeah, there's nothing much going on over here. Until you're bored of something, so anywhere between 10 minutes and 2 years, pretty much. And it all starts with punching a tree. Oh yes. I do kind of miss that part about punching a tree. But I mean, it's like, yeah, it's just like making your own little thing. It's so much fun. And since it's running on the server 24/7, things just keep running in the background. I mean, you can also see that there have already been cleanups. Like the old biofuel refinery over here, it's pig clean. The only thing I still need to do is like empty out those tanks and put them like into the ME system, but that's such a boring task. I've not even done that yet. This entire building over here will probably be torn down and will be replaced by something entirely new. Not quite sure what it's going to be yet, but yeah, this building like it is layouted like this over here, I don't think that's a good layout anymore. Especially if we want to connect some kind of a road or something like that to our industrial greenhouse over there. We do kind of also want to connect down here, over there where the oil refinery is. I do kind of want to build into the mountain. We do have to be a little bit careful. We can't build too far over there. Because that's where an evil biome is, and that actually can't spread. So as long as we're staying far enough away from it, it will be idle, and we don't care about it. But yeah, we're probably gonna be like building into the mountain, building into the desert, and somewhere down there at some point in time. So let's sleep like in this big open hallway. While we're over here, we can check up on the oil refinery real quick. Where's that thing? Oil refinery's over there. Oh, we're out of ethanol. That's not good. I might need to revise some processes in here. Do we care that we are out of whatever the fuck this is? What are you? That's acetone. Yeah, that's just being used up all the time. We're a little bit low on 1,2 dimethyl benzene. We're decent on 1,4 dimethyl benzene. At some point in time, I'm gonna reactivate you. This thing eats so much power. But yeah, we have a bit of an issue over here in making ethanol. And I think ethanol is only being made out of the biofuel process, which I think has been stopped for quite some time already. We could just reactivate it. The biofuel process is this process over there. So we could just restart you and restart you. Fermented biomass. The biomass fermented, I think, goes into there. Yeah, looks good. And then we also make our ethanol again. And then some of the byproducts get processed further down the road. What are you doing? Something. At some point in time. Any second now. I know that the moment I'm going to close down this window, it's going to pop up green. And I'm going to be like, ah. I know the moment that I'm going to look away, it will be green. Ah! Alright, but this should give us some more schnapps. There we go. There are schnapps alternatives. We should probably start making some rum or something like that, because then we can get ethanol being done a bit faster. But we should not neglect our ethanol production, because it is going into high-octane gasoline production. And high-octane gasoline is currently our instrument or our transport media of choice for any kind of remote drilling operation. For example, wherever these pipelines go, there's going to be something that is running on gasoline. But everything else over here seems fine. But yeah, the only thing we're missing over here is going to be the ethanol, which needs to be in here, I guess. Maybe. Do we not have a quad input hatch over here? I never made a quad input over there. Ah, ethanol is in there. So you should be good to go. What are you doing? You're doing nothing. Not enough fluid output space. Wait a minute. Something else is wrong here, though. Butene. Okay, we have to check it from the downside. Ow. Alright. All of these are... the outputs are over here. Nitrogen gas is backed up. Really? No, that's an export. That's going in there. Never mind. Exports. Oxygen is... Not quite sure which direction that goes. We should check the hatches then. Input hatch, input hatch, input, giant output, output hatch, styrene, that's fine. Input hatch, output hatch, hydrogen, that's fine. Input hatch, input hatch, input, inputs, inputs, inputs. So why are you then not making any gasoline then? I mean, if all of your output hatches, except for this guy, of course, are full input hatch, input hatch, input hatch. Is there a hatch on top missing? Ah, that might be the issue over here. What are you? Missing acetone. Ah. Oh, okay. Do we have a setup for that? dual interface into fluid storage bus, but that's reading from over here. That should be on extract only. What about you? That's eating items. Why is there 2 of these in there? Well, it should be fine. So according to YouTube Playlist, there are 12 days and 14 hours of Minecraft streams. So 302 of the 312 hours in your Minecraft time are on Twitch, are on this run. It's a bit more than that. I mean, this particular version of Minecraft. There's the thingamajig. No, it's there. 10 days, 8 hours, and 8 minutes. We're playing on version 2.7.2. Then another 13 days, 2 hours. We just launched another instance. Oh, we fucking did. No, stop that. I don't want to open up a second GregTech. No! I'm booting up GregTech inside of GregTech. I can't even control click. Can we kill it? Kill, please. There you go. Yeah, I mean, this is also the game I kind of play on the weekend when I just want to relax and just build some stupid stuff. Alright, we got distracted again. We were waiting on something. We were waiting on the data thingamajig. There we go. It's done. One of these. And it's so easy to get distracted in this game. I fucking love it. Weekend, week, bedtime. Yeah, I should do better on bedtime next week. Because I think this week I overdid it quite a bit. Will you form up? Don't tell me we have to put in the small hatches. No, it's not happy. Why is it not happy? I thought for sure we could put these in there. Data access, data bank, master hatches, or computer cases. Data access. These are advanced data access hatches. These should be fine. And then high power casings. Alright, let's take the hatches out real quick. Let's maybe replace them just with computer cases. Of which I have none. Computer casings, make me 16, please. Of which I have 17 in my pocket. Damn it. Just to see if it forms up or not. Alright, that also does not form up, I guess. No. Alright, so what are we missing? What's wrong? Let's look at you real quick. So, data access hatch, any computer casing, data bank, transmission controller, any computer transmission controller. Yes. Those are transmission controllers, right? Yeah, these are transmission connectors. Wait a minute. These are connectors. It wants data transmission connectors, not controllers. Alright, that was correct. Energy hatch, any high power casing, and then maintenance hatch, any high power casing. High power casing is only at the front, if I see it correctly. And then the data access hatch and the data bank transmission connector are any computer casing. Alright. Let's take some probes then. Let's pick up you real quick. Hit you with that. That's a level 2. That's a level 2. Oh wait, is it not hollow? Oh, it's. I thought it was. It seems to be solid. It's solid. That's why. There's a connector over there. You go back over there. Yeah, let's just. Flush. Huh? Ah, come on. Come on. You must be fine now. this part of here is fine, but the back part of here is still complaining. Is it maybe not advanced computer casing that go in there? Oh, that could be the case. Wait a minute. What actually does go into the middle? What are you? Computer casings. I did remove them all. That is correct. Maybe it needs at least one data bank. Maybe it is happy with this, but it does need at least one, because a data bank without any data access is maybe not that good, you know? That is a pattern. We need you. Come on. Damn it! Still not happy. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh boy. Let's not look at that for now. So it's solid. They have like data access hatches everywhere. They even got the normal access hatches. Do we need to go for the stupid ones? I don't really want to go for the little ones. Then this whole thing doesn't really make a lot of sense if we have to use these guys over here. Let's pick one of these real quick. It shouldn't take too long. We need to make a couple of chips real quick. There we go, done. I mean, that does mean we can share, which I guess is fine, but I kind of want to store more than just 4. Nah, that's the same issue still. Let's keep you in there for now. So, what are we doing wrong? Data bank transmission connector. You need a data bank transmission connector, any computer casing. These should be computer casings. Let's pick up you real quick. Here we go. Let's have a peek at you. We can shift click stuff in there. But it's kind of interesting actually. You can't shift click stuff in there, but it will take that stuff out, not out of your inventory, but out of your ME system. Which is kind of weird. What block is that? What block is that? I guess that is... We got advanced computer casings. Are we maybe looking at a different kind of casing over here? There's computer casing. Oh, we're using the wrong kind of case, I guess. Because what we are using over here is the, what is this called? Advanced computer casing. Alright. Let's make some more stupid casing, I guess. Hey, you'll be fine. There we go. Kinda full. Let's go over there real quick. It should be this guy over there. Double check. We're making you in a random assembler. No recipe whatsoever. Put that thing in there. Alright. Normal casings. Computer. Okay, like 16 of these. It'll be fine. Merge. Merge. Why is it merging? Did we already order some up and I forgot about it? Well, at least we're making some over there. There they are. And kind of silly that you can't use the advanced casing. Alright. View. What's the speedrun value for Great Tech New Horizon? It's actually not that high. I think it's like a little bit over a day. If I remember it correctly. I've seen it sitting around somewhere at some point in time. At some point in time... Oh, I put it in there now. Computer. There you go. At some point in time, it randomly popped up on my YouTube feed. I was like, oh, how long does it take? Like a day. I'm like, okay. I mean, if you really focus it down, especially also you go like down the list of things and rewards you can get from like all the quests, you can probably shave off quite a bit of time. Come on, one more. But then again, I'm also not quite sure what the end goal was. Like I said, I saw it pop up in my YouTube feed and was like, alright, that's a thing. But then you're probably also going to be making like some kind of really, really weird speedrunner base, which on its own is probably pretty impressive, but overall it's probably going to be like the most cursed thing ever. And the run is instantly over if you accidentally misconnect like a machine with like the different kind of power and everything explodes in your face, which could also be a lot of fun. Alright, here we go, 6. Bum, 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 bum. And these 6 for there. Bum, 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 bum. The 2 on the top. We could just replace them with more connectors for now. Yeah, full connector for there. Because we got 6 of these. There we go. Come on! Form up, you bitch! No! Egon, welcome, welcome, welcome! Yeah, we're the UV tier! We're still gonna be doing a lot of LOV stuff and ZPM stuff. Actually, ZPM. Oh, wait! It did form up! It just took forever! There it is. Perfect. Yeah, not quite sure if this is server lag or whatever this is, but sometimes things just seem to be taking like forever to get anywhere. Fix you up, running fine. Alright, we need to... Alright, I guess we need to repaint you. Paint, here we go. Alright, alright, alright. That seems to be fair. So now we can run our data stakes, which we have currently stored like in here. Oh, this again. Why is it red? No! Let me guess. Okay, this one's not red. But now we can store the data stakes in here, and they will be shared across all of these machines. And that will be really, really good for us. Alright, let's get some power in here. We also need to make sure that we give you enough power over here for ZPM at least. Which means we're going to need the transformer too. Transformer! What do we need? ZPM to LOV, 16 amp. What are we going to eat over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 amps of ZPM at most. 8 amps of ZPM. That's gonna be... That's UV to ZPM. We need LOV, ZPM to LOV. Accepts 4 amps of ZPM and outputs up to 16. Yeah, we need 2 of these. There we go. And yeah, we still got a fractal thing going on. Which I do hope I will be invited again to the fractal party at TwitchCon. And get myself another sweater out of it. We're not getting a lot for that cooperation, but we're getting a bit. I'm kind of happy about it. I mean, it's also on my side a not that high demanding agreement, so I'm fine with it. The things to do for free fruit. And next, week or the week after, we will have another sponsored stream. Because apparently there's still people crazy enough out there to give me money to do stuff for them. And I'm like, sure, I'll do that. As always, for things like sponsored streams, I don't mind things doing that come with like a fixed payout. I don't really want to do any kind of sponsored stream that requires users to sign up to anything. I kind of find it annoying. But if there's anything out there that goes like, yeah, we pay you this to do that, to play this game, I'll go like, yes, please, give me. It'll be fine. Alright. This thing over here is ready to go. We need to connect the View with power. Let's get some power wires in there. Pom, pom, pom. We can get rid of all of these. We don't need these right now. Pom, 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 pom. This recipe over here can get deleted. This recipe over here, I'll delete it. If we do need it, I can always recreate it. It's not like if we delete the recipe over here, it will be gone forever. Free food for gaming? Exactly. I mean, not only free food, it's like a free party even. Like the Fractal Party, even though it was hosted on a boat, which was... Why is there a power wire missing over here? What the hell? How long have you been offline? I guess a while? Okay. I guess we're gonna rehook you up then. Here we go. I see Satisfactory is coming out with 1.1 as well. I've still not touched 1.0. And I already know that the moment I start touching 1.0, I will be like sucked into like another one of those endless holes where you just go like, guess we're gonna be playing this for a while now. Alright, what do we need for power over here? We need power over there. What is it again? It's gonna be 4 amps of ZPM. That's gonna be 16 amps of LOV. That's exactly one of these microfin wires. So you get your own dedicated wire. Keep in mind that this whole thing over there will be moved up by one very soon. So the wire will be going like this. And then we connect from the top. Yeah, we also need to restart the machine, and this thing over there also needs a bit of power. Machine you just fixed is left power also connected, left power is also connected, left power. These are fine. I will probably see what you mean once we get a little bit deeper into things for the end. Let's connect you like this. One thing I still want to see in this game, freaking wall clamps for wires. Like, I kind of dislike that all these wires are kind of floating in space. Alright, you go over there. You go over there. While we're at it, let's make the new wire. The new wire will be like this. We should also connect with you real quick. Connect you. Unconnect you. Reconnect you. Alright, do I've got a party hall over here? We've got a party hall all the way over there. Good. Alright. You should be able to run now. Excuse me. Did we forget something? You're connected. You're connected. You're connected. Let me guess, you need more power than you're actually telling me? Yeah, that thing is full. I guess the data... is there a power calculation for this thing? What did the quest book say? It said like power is kind of dynamic, and then I kind of stopped reading because there was too much text going on. ZPM. Data bank. There we go. You feel overwhelmed. Blah blah blah. Place the controller 1 block above the ground. Use the hologram thing. You will need a maintenance hatch and at least EV power hatch, though the power requirements can be much higher if you use many data access hatches. Yeah, we got a couple. And data bank master connectors. For now, you should start with an LOV energy hatch. We got that. try to run the data bank, and the scanning controller will tell you how much EU per ticket needs. You will need more blocks than what is asked for in this quest, blah, 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 blah. Alright, let's maybe take some of these hatches out. Let's maybe only put one of those hatches in. Turn the machine on, and then check how much it needs. And then we put 2 in, and then we check again how much it needs. Computer. These. So now there's only one of these in. We need at least 3. Alright, you formed up. There we go. Excuse me? I guess these also eat power? Alright, now it works. Ah, what? That makes no sense. Currently uses EV level power at 5 amps. That is 1 amp and a little bit of IV power. Why the fuck does it break then? Yeah, that beep is coming from me. It's not your ThinkPad telling you that things are broken. Are these that expensive? Alright, let's turn it off again. Oh, maybe you needed all the top connectors connected. Oh, that could be this thing. Like, maybe it's just not USB, you know? Yeah, Simrock, prepare for another beep. Yeah, I think that's it. I think if it's not connected to the top, it will just be like, no. Alright, yeah, now we're using way more power. 2 or EV power at 13 amps. 16, okay. 16 amps of EV power or 4 amps of IV power is 1 amp of LOV power. I think we can add one more hatch to this one. But that's an expensive PC, man. I think this will still work. Because now we're at 17 amps, which is just a little bit over 1 amp of LOV. But keep in mind, an energy hatch can get up to 2 amps. Alright, so now at least we can share all the data sticks for all these 4 machines in these 4 places. Then we still got more space over here to add even more sticks if we need to add more sticks. Alright. Then let's prep this part over there so that we can start moving over the data sticks. And we need to power those machines first. Which means we need those superconductors, the ZPM, a couple. Let's pick up a couple more for LOV. We need the transformers. Are they done yet? Those must be these things for the ZPM, LOV accepts up to 4 amps. We're going to be pushing in. This might not be enough, but it will be enough for now. If we want to overclock them, we're going to have some other issues. There. Over there. Point this way. Get the convincing hammer. There you go. So now you can give up to 4 amps of ZPM. Go. The wire itself can hold up to 16 amps. Good. We're gonna get another annoying beep. Sorry about that. but you're filling up. Yes. And then you over there as well. Alright, ZPM is coming in. We also got some ZPM level glass over here, so this entire machine now is set up for ZPM levels. Okay, no data sticks found. That is correct. Turn you on. No data sticks found. That is also correct. Let's turn you... Before we turn you off. There you go. Disconnect that for a second. So that we get no extra new crafts queued up on here. Let's get rid of all of these. We don't need them anymore. With our inventory, perfect. Because now we can ransack all of these. Ah, why is it red? Why is it red? I hate that. Now we can ransack all of these data sticks. We can start putting them into there. Beep. Alright. Are you still complaining? Yeah, no valid recipe found. That's correct. Yeah, we painted it red. I do know. I do know. I just like to complain. Then we put these in there as well. We go to there. There we go. We got actually some more data sticks downstairs, but we'll move them in soon. And then next part is gonna be connecting up these guys over here. How do we do this over here? We don't really need that much of a thick bunkers connection over here. How many connections is it gonna be? It's gonna be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Yeah, that's already maxing out that cable over there. And then we're gonna have another 8 over there. And there's not a lot of space over here to get it on. Not good. What about this guy over there? How much more connections do we have than you? $31. Yeah, you're pretty much maxed out. Alright, we're not gonna touch you then. If we move down the wire, it will work. Alright, wire down. I'm just gonna trust that nobody's gonna use this machine for a while. You can stay, but don't do this. Go there. Don't do this. Go there. You go up. Don't go there. You go there. Go to this and that. Alright, then at least we can get you through. Do you have anything attached to you? No, you completely empty. Break it. Because we're gonna move you over by 1. That will be over there now. Peer-to-peer interface. Over there. Then. Now it's gonna get a little bit annoying. Let's get some cables out. This, that, and this. While we're at it, let's also get some peer-to-peers out. Like a total of 32. Actually, we only need 8 of them. There you go, put this back. We're gonna need some new dual interfaces. Again, 8 of them will be fine. So all of these can go back. Smack them together. Left, right, poof. Then, that's gonna suck. We should probably move these over to there first before we do anything with that. And we can even combine them into one. The data bank I don't think we need that much anymore, so let's maybe start with like polymer over there. Put that into there. Then, which one do we move? This guy. Get the rest of there. where are these? Put these in over there. Put the rest of these in over there. Plus you. Not you yet, but empty out you. Then we can break you. Top row view. Put you in there. Put all of these in there. And then bottom row view. Put all of these in there. And then we got one extra. That is for the Void Miner. We definitely want to use the Void Miner. There's probably something in here. Yeah, the flotation cells. We will never need those again. Take those out. What are the data sticks for? Equivalent to Stars Flask? No, the data sticks are just special patterns you need as a prerequisite. For example, if we want to make and a gay hatch, yeah, best hatch ever. If you want to make, for example, the ZPM energy hatch, where's that thing? There you go. That's or the dynamo hatch. Dynamo hatch is the same. Everything you make in the assembly machine requires a data stick with the appropriate research data on it. You can make a scanner, and we got a scanner over here. That's our scanner. It's a very simple machine. The scanner takes in an item and an empty data stick and will analyze the item and will come up with a filled data stick. Again, back to the ZPM Dynamo Hatch. To run this, we will need the data for the ZPM Dynamo Hatch. To get that, we will need to make an LOV, the previous tier Dynamo Hatch, put it into the scanner. It will be in there for like quite some time. It takes a bit. Though that's an LV, and on higher power tiers, it will go faster and faster and faster, of course. And then we get our data stick for the ZPM Dynamo Hatch. So it's basically like it's not really like a crafting recipe. It's not really like, it's more like just like a prerequisite. You can only make the things in the assemblers that have the correct data stick going on. What the fuck is happening there? Is that normal? Is that something we need to worry about? Is this going to be like this forever? If that's going to be the case, I hate it. Then we're not going to do that. Ugh. Is this a bug? Please tell me it's a bug. I hate it. I guess it's fine for now, because I guess it's trying to transmit data, but it's a feature. Can we put some panels on these fuckers? I hate that they blink. Why the fuck do they blink? That's the worst thing they can do. Ugh. Let's see down here. Down here is fine. Alright, all the recipes over there now. So we can put you apart. You. Back. Let's also break you apart. The quartz will now be over there. And over there. And now we got these peer-to-peer interfaces. One over there, 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 over there, over there, and over there. Good. We'll connect over there. We don't need anything special over there. Do not connect over there. Let's wire these up real quick. So it'll be you, you, you. No, not like that. Go over there, please. And then this with the power. Good. Then we do need to be able to connect to these two. That's something we can do like this. And then we just need to make sure that we don't accidentally connect you to the thick bunkus wire on the full front. Because the thick bunkus wire will be going through there. There we go. Ah, wait, I see it. There we go. And then connect you over there. Good! That seems to work. And then you there. Connect to you. Assembly. quad assembly line. Good. And now comes the fun part. Now we need to link up all of these with each other. Oh, good God. Alright, you're gonna get the name. Assembly. Quad. Right. Assembly line. Quad. 1. Alright, we take assembly over there. Assembly. Actually, we don't need to do it like this. We can probably already find it in here now. Assembly, there it is. Bind them together. Pom pom pom. That's the quad assembly. Blah blah blah. Wait a minute. Assembly line quad. Bind you together. Now we got 3. And was that the top? No, that's the quad assembly. The naming could be better. Assembly line quad. There we go. And now they're all together. So these over here now share these recipes over there. Good. Now we need to do it a couple more times. You there? Assembly. Quad. Assembly line. Wait, no, it's assembly line quad, isn't it? Assembly line quad 2. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. We just numbered them. Fine. Assembly line quad 2. Bind it. Assembly line quad 2. Bind it. Scroll. This guy. There we go. All together now. Next one. Assembly line. Quad 3. This guy. Scroll. Oh. This guy. You at least always check if you misclick. Though if you misclick, you might need to reset some other things. So better not misclick. Alright, that's it. And then we got one more. Assembly. Assembly line. Quad 4. Why are they already lighting up? Well, it should be fine. maybe the tool is anticipating what we're gonna do over here. If that's the case, don't. We also can't go by color. There's too much stuff in there. We probably already scrolled past it. Where is it? Right, you got a custom name. Yes, you do. Alright. Quad assembly. Chemical bath. Assembly line quad 1 and 2. Assembly line quad 4. There it is. Quad 3, quad 4. This guy. At least they kind of stick together, so once you got a couple of them together, it's kind of easy to find them. There we go. Alright. So these are now all linked together. So we can put the recipes in over here. We got 4 dual interfaces worth of recipes. That's enough for 40, 80, 160 different assembly recipes. How many assembler recipes are there? Assembly line. There you go. 480. So we can cover a third of that. That will probably be fine for quite some time. You probably also don't really need to do all of these. We can probably skip a couple of them. But of course, things like the motors and stuff like that, the sensors and stuff like that, they show up like for every tier. Some of those you probably only need to make like once or twice and then never ever again. Some of those can probably be permanently upgraded into something else. Some of those we probably never even make. Alright, but now we're ready over here. We have to be a little bit careful because this guy over here, we still need to extend you by one. You're like one too short. Did somebody order something in? No, we didn't. Okay, turn you off. Yeah, no data sticks and stuff like that. I know. Because that needs to go. That needs to go. Then, all the way at the end. Okay, the power wire needs to go. The output bus needs to go, and that's gonna be a whole bunch of fun to update that. Actually, okay, I know how we can do it. It's gonna be horrible, but it'll be fine. Let's clean this up a bit. Probably have to replace some of those parts right after, but it'll be fine. Alright, input buses. Yes, we need some more. Pom pom pom, pom pom pom. There they are. Input. 2 more of these. 1, 2. Yeah, let's put these back into storage. We don't need them right now. What we do need is... where are they? Ah, we already have 2 of them. Perfect. Thank you, pass me. One over there. One over there. Rotate up. Rotate up. Then, we need all the good parts. We need some brakes. There they are. We're gonna need some glass. I already prepared the glass for that. There it is. 48 ZPM glass, which also kind of means that we... Oh boy. Okay, will not be too bad. But we have to go through the middle real quick. Llama boy! Hey there! Welcome, welcome, welcome! I will hydrate in a second. Let me just...
Applause break, applause break, applause break.
Ah, Llama boy, how you doing, mate? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, we're also going to be upgrading the glass tier over here. I'm not quite sure how deeply the glass tier is linked to the power tier, but we're definitely going to be upgrading it while we're at it. Break all of this. Break all of that. Going out to party today? That's definitely way more important. I mean, the weather outside is getting nicer and nicer and nicer. There's probably like a barbecue out there somewhere. Go get the barbecue. You over there. Yeah, let's also fix the glass over there real quick. Replace you with the new glass. But Llama boy, thank you so much for dropping by again. Thank you so much for the resub, mate. And enjoy your party. It's very important. Alright, energy hatches over there. We're also going to be fixing. Here we go. Then grates down the middle. I mean, we could just leave the LOV hatches, but I would rather have like a ZPM hatch. Here we go. Alright, that's all in. Then this guy over there, that guy over there, that guy over there. Everything else can go away. Assembler blocks. We need, I think, 2 of these. We need 2 of these. And then we need some clean machine casings? No, some steel machine casings? There they are. Solid steel machine casings. You over there, you over there. Then... yeah, a similar machine case over there and over there. Solid steel machine case over here and over there. And then on top of that, we need this guy, that guy, that guy, this guy. Last but not least, Energy Hatch, the ZPM, 2 of them please. Pom pom. That's an Energy Hatch, that's an Energy Hatch. One over there and one over there. And then we still need that one transformer again. I thought I picked up both of them, but I guess I didn't. No, that's Lufthighway. That is ZPM to LV. There we go. Alright, let's get the cable in. Do we still got some superconductors in here? No, we do not. Super. Don't need these anymore. Pick up a couple of these. We only need like exactly 1 wire. Connect it like this. Jump to the other side. Put it there. Get your wrench out, because of course my inventory is always a mess. It's always a mess. Let's make sure the wire is really there where it needs to be. Before we connect that, be careful with transformers. You can, if you power a transformer and then switch its polarity, you can blow it up. So we should still be fine now. It's now upscaling. But the way it outputs is always outputting to like the higher voltage. So we should be fine for there. Here we go. That's the cable we're looking for. Pick up you. And up we go. There we go. Good. You got power now? You're still kind of complaining about not being good. Why is that? Incomplete structure, really? Oh no. Why? Did we miss a spot? No. Solid steel machine casing. These are all solid steel machine casing. Is it the maintenance hatch? I think the maintenance hatch needs to be on a very specific spot. Could be wrong about that. Incomplete structure. Glass is all in. These are in. Input bus, output bus, input bus. Solid steel machine casings. ZPM energy hatches. Great solid steel machine casings. What did we do? What did we do wrong? Assembler machine casing, assembler machine casing. It should be fine, right? Oh, wait a minute. I see it. Peering through the window, I see it. Solid steel machine. There we go. Where is it? It's over there. Boop. And form up. Perfect. Alright. Then we need 2 more storage. Storage. 2 of these. For the last item in the entire chain. There's one thing we need to do over there, and that is set the correct priority over there. This over there has priority number 1, 2 even. Oh! Oh, did I? Oh, thank you, pass me. I already prepared this to be extended in the future. I thought for sure we had to set the priority to -1 over there. We did good. We did good. Alright, and then just connect the output. And then we also need to connect your outputs. And actually, we should use a thick bunkus wire for this one, because why not? Here we go. And now it's also worth to put in a peer-to-peer port over there. And again, we could probably just route it back into there. And save the entire port. Let's do that. Because we got a total of 16 connections, and then 2 for the output. That would make 18. And that's all that we need. But that does kind of mean that we need to put some clamps around. You. Actually, does it need? We could just get rid of this, get rid of that. Pick up you. Pick up you. Pick up you. Pick up you. Just use the corner connection like this. We would need the clamp over there. And the clamp over there. Connect to you. That'll be fine. And then do this. Same thing over there. Clamp, clamp. That kind of went wrong. That went even more wrong. There we go. That's the way I want to go. Wait a minute. That's fine. We need it over there. Come on, accuracy. That went nowhere good. This one, please. Alright, now we're connected. Now we can go back with this. Careful over here. Clamp, clamp. And back into the input. Good. Alright, that should be the assembly upgrade done. I knew there's a hole over here. Oop. There we go. Alright, the only thing that's missing over there is a couple more optical fiber cable. I do have to take a look into if this blinking over here is intended, because I really do not enjoy this blinking. Like it's the worst. It's horrible. Who came up with this shit? If we could just stay like that, that would be fine, but don't blink like that. Alright, you good to go again? Power up. You good to go again? Power up. We got power for them. We do have that. Still kind of complaining about not having any data sticks. But that should not be correct. I guess it maybe takes a while for this to update. We definitely have the back connection in. Let's give it a second. Maybe we need to just restart the PC. That's usually a good way to do it. Once something's connecting, did you try turning it off and on again? There we go. Didn't really do it. Well, somebody's making something over there. Ah, come on. What the fuck is this now? Can't be a range thing because both pipes are equally long. Yeah. It's definitely complaining about not enough data sticks. So the I don't know. Dude, can you what do we have? Power pass? Void? No. Can you maybe blink a bit stronger? You blinky bitch. What if we just do this real quick? Yeah, come on. It surely will renegotiate negotiate everything, right? Pom 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 pom. Right over there. That's rain. Okay, now it's not blinking over here. I don't understand. No, wait. It started blinking over there now. But it's still not arriving all the way over here. Assembly line, reception, connection, assembly line, reception, connector. Those are the correct ones. Okay, talk to me. Come on, don't be like this. Let's have a quick sleep because the rain is annoying. There's 3 months when you need them. He knows why he doesn't show up every now and then, because he will already know, like, I'm giving him like an earful. Like, why is this not working? Like, seriously, why is this not working? Should I break the last 2 optical cables again? Sure. Oh, I think I know why. If I have to repaint this entire cable, I'm gonna lose it. It's not that far, but if we're gonna have an issue on this short cable, we're gonna have an equally issue on a longer cable. No data sticks found. Is it maybe that we can't have 2 red channels? I'm willing to paint one of those in an entirely different color. Paint. Like blue or something like that. And then blue. I think we can use some lapis for that. Oh, actually, no, we got some of the apple dye. Did I pick up the paintbrush? No, we didn't. Paint. Yeah, let's make one of these blue. What the fuck? Excuse me. Something ain't right here. We get some ghost signals. Oh wait, I see something over there. It's trying to do something. I'm a little bit, how to put it, surprised in how this cable actually fills itself up. We're deep in the Minecraft yank? Oh yes we are. Alright, but this one is not good to go. What about you? No data sticks. I guess we can't have the same color outputs on these. So let's get some piss yellow. There we go. Yellow dye. And actually, we got a yellow spray can. Even better. By the way, this is still the same piss yellow can we used at the beginning of like the last year at some point in time. Alright, yeah, now it connects. So I guess no matching hatches. That's fine. Good. Alright, you're on. You're on. You are on. You are on. And you are on. Perfect. And then we go for, say, motor. Hey, can you craft me, like, where are the ZPM motors? Can you craft me, like, 8 of these, please? And then it should spread them across all of these over here. I guess once we have the prerequisite made. What do we need for that? Oh, quite a bit of shit. We'll be done in a second now. And cable. I do kind of remember that we forgot one very important thing. This everywhere. Did we put the advanced blocking carton there? Nope. Oh. Oh no. think we only need 2, but give me 4, just in case. Give me like these. It might be filled with some random bullshit right now. Blocking mode, blocking modes, blocking modes. You should have a blocking card. You have a blocking card, alright, but that's still not fine. And that's good. Alright, what do you have in you? Nothing in the input hatch? Nothing in the input bus. Alright, that's kinda odd. You are connected, you are online, the recipe has been seen. The recipe is available over here. Is there any kind of dirt in here? Ah, there is. Some molten indalloy, some lubricant, and then probably some... Okay, there's some random bullshit in there. We should probably make the advanced spray can, because having all these weird paint brushes around is not going to be useful. We need some drums. Not quite sure what kind of weird cross-craft containment we have over there. Before. Because maybe we also got some random bullshit in you over there. You seem fine. You seem fine. You seem fine. But there definitely is some random bullshit in you. So pick up the HSSE plates, the screws. What did we try to craft over here? It's definitely not the motor, because there's a rotor in there. I think this is... No, there's all kinds of stuff in there. It went everywhere. It went everywhere. Some fine europium wire. Oh, good God. Alright. Put the stuff back real quick. Bum. Rump. And you. And then all the way at the top. What about for liquids? You're empty. You're empty. But you have something in you. That's lubricante. And all the stuff. It should now fill up with something new. Or not. Let's look at you. Yeah, the rotor stuff and stuff like that, that came from you. Let's cancel that. Let's cancel you real quick. These are fine. Let's check for fluids. These are fine. These are fine. Actually, we can see it over there. In Wally, yeah. Okay, those are fine. Let's go back to you then. So you're trying to craft this thing. You're currently trying to craft the electric motors, EPM. Alright, we got the European wire in there. That seems fine. So, ZPM motor. Motor ZPM. There it is. Okay. European wire is not the first thing we want to see in there. Did we just miss that thing? We probably just missed it. Oh, no. Oh, this is not correct. Wait, is this... Are you somehow cross-connected? No, you should be fine. But there should be no European wire over there. Maybe there was still something ready for push. Alright, now we got it all out. And it left. Perfect. Yeah, I guess there was still something ready for push. Now you're making something. The ZPM motor. Perfect. And now, motor. 8 of them. Go. not quite correct. It's not quite correct that input side, output side. Let's reconnect this one real quick. It sometimes does that, and I don't quite understand why it does it like that. Sometimes, when we got like multiple peer-to-peer hatches, it sometimes doesn't really understand that it has like 4 of them, and it only uses 1 of them. Could be because while we were setting it up, it was only partially connected, and maybe we were too fast for it. Because the AE system is not really that fast. But let's give it a quick restart. Yeah, we made 1 motor. Still 7 more to craft. It should pick up that it can push stuff in there. I hope. Alright, at the moment... there we go! Now they're all on. Here we go. Now it works. So if we go over there, to where the motors are, here we go. We want to make motors, we make it in any one of these 4. Perfect! Excellent! So instead of having now like 1 assembly machine per power tier, we now have like 4 assembly machines in general, which can do any kind of power tier, as long as of course we give it like the appropriate glass tiers and power hatches, of course. And they can also share all the data hatches. So yeah, it looks a bit like Google. I'm so sorry about that. This could probably be done prettier. I might make it prettier and move it around at some point in time, because I'm also kind of thinking the same thing I did over there for like the assembly machines over there and the basically the quad machines over here. Oh, wait, where did my foot go? It's over there. Like the same thing we did over here, I will probably also do for those assembly machines, and then also set up the optical wire system a little bit better. Because it now kind of makes sense to make something like a more centralized assembly setup somewhere. Where we just have like a centralized PC like this one over there with as many data sticks as we can, and then just connect it to... Oh, that's also a bit of a thing. I think we can make multiple PCs and make them talk to each other somehow. Because it's a little bit of a thing. Like if we would now, for example, attach like 8 assembly lines to this thing over there, then we suddenly would be maxing out this machine, because there would be like a hatch over there, a hatch over there, and a hatch over there, and a hatch over there. And then we would have less space for data sticks. That would of course be suboptimal. If possible, maybe we could use one of these computers over here for just connecting them, and then give them lag. And then give them like another connection to like some kind of data center or something like that. I'm not quite sure if we can do that or not. That's a bit of a question about what we can and cannot do in TechTech. But there must be something in there, right? If we go for like data bank, there was something about a master controller or something like that, or something master. Wireless data bank transmission connector, data bank transmission connector, data bank. Use screwdriver to toggle wireless mode. You're telling me that now, after I put all those wires in. God damn it. Just connect via Wi-Fi. There's the automatable data access hatch as well. I'm not quite sure what this thing does. TechTech. What else is around? That's compression stuff. Infinity dimensional bridge generator. That seems very interdimensional stuff. Yeah, I'm not that familiar. Okay, there's not that much stuff in here. Reactor simulator, stabilization field generator, Tesla coil windings, hollow casings, molecular casings, advanced computer casings. And so maybe we'll look at what we can make with these things over here. We can, for example, make the computer rack. All the computer components. And then we can also make the object holder or the uncertainty resolution. Needs a clean room. I don't even know what this thing over here does. Didn't it say somewhere in the quest book or something like that? If you can't figure out what box to place, pay attention, blah, no. Yeah, connected to a master connector on the way. The assembly line reception controller replaces your old data access hatches on the assembly line. Connected to a master connector on the data bank with optical fiber cable, and make sure to color the hatches a master connector. Is that a thing? As a master magic energy converter, but that's not really a connector. What else do we have in terms of master? More magic? Yay! Magic! Don't really want to do any kind of magic with this. I guess it doesn't exist. Computercraft is part of the mod pack. We already done a bit of Computercraft stuff, but to be perfectly honest, I don't really want to get too deep into Computercraft. It's fun, but it kind of reminds me too much of work. It would be too much. It would no longer be relaxing after that. It would be like, no. No. The poor Dusty Wizard deck. Oh, we're gonna be tearing that thing down at some point in time. Alright. Maybe is there a tech entry in here? SFM and computers, but that is... Yeah, that is Computercraft, I guess. Yeah, open computers. Draconic Evolution is in here as well, somewhere. Where was that? I think it was... I think it's here somewhere? The Stable Division Signature. Oh, good God. It's... I don't really enjoy the magic parts so much about this mod pack. I mean, I do understand that some people really like them, and if it's the thing for you to go for it. It's probably a lot of fun if you know what you're doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Hardcore Ender expansion, flower power, look for edges, kill all the things, reward area. Mass processing? Question mark? Is it in here? Megalomania, that's for like... Mega is better. Yeah, we're mostly done with these. Multi-block goals, is it in here? A beginner's guide to particle physics. Oh boy. Oh boy. Draconic Evolution is more high-tech than magic, but it's the endgame ways of producing RF. Yeah, there's definitely some crazy stuff over here at the end as well. Ah, there it is. Draconic Evolution. Requires the final frontier. Yeah, it's all the way at the end. Draconic Evolution Fusion Crafter. Just pour some molten sonarium in there. Yeah, GregTech has a system in place where you can transform energy from A to B. So it should not be too bad. Alright, but this is not what we're looking for. Is there nothing in here for TechTech? Computer. Configuring TechTech multi-blocks at the beginning of the end. Fusion reactor. We should probably get those quests in there as well. Research station. Supercomputers in water. Quantum computer. Quantum mechanics. Fusion Mark 5. It's not fusion, it's Uwu fusion. Ah! And then that's not the parts we're looking for. Strong computation in the clouds. That could be what we're looking for. Wireless computation is similar to wireless data. Cloud computation server hatches send computation to cloud computation client hatches with other multiblocks can use. Place down the server hatch on the quantum computer. Blah, 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 blah. I guess once we need it, it'll show up. If not, I'll just look it up. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. As long as we now got some assembly machines over there running at full speed and running at max tier, or at least current max tier, it'll be fine. Good. The whole reason why we did this, let's go back over here. There we go. Is because we now want to make these parts. All of them. Oh boy. Yeah, let's get the recipes in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 of them, right? Yes, it is. There they are. Let's get rid of one of these. We don't need any of these right now. And we need so much fine American wire over here. It's pretty intense. I'm actually kind of surprised how expensive these parts are. The big part that we need to do is, to make American, we need to process lutetium. We do get a better way of processing lutetium right over there. Nanoparticles. That's where we need to get to. I'm just not quite sure how we can easily get there. Because I guess we need to do this first. Okay, there is... this way. For whatever reason, this path over there is just not included. Circuits assemble. Bacterial vat. So we do have to do the biolab. Finally. It's been a while. And then we need to get to... Well, not how to make cheese. So, circuit assemble is probably the part we need to go first. But to do this... Oh, that's only ZPM stuff. That's not too bad. Sure. We can do that. Almost thought there was something stuck in the roof. It was dirt. There we go. Here we go. Alright. Start off with you. That's made in the molecular assembler, so that's not too hard to do. Though we do need to provide you with some crystal mainframe processors. Kinda expensive. Alright, let's go over here real quick. Molecular assembler. In the meantime, we can also set up the recipes over here for these parts, because we're going to need them sooner or later. Assembler. Give me one ZPM assembler. Is it ZPM? No, we need a UV one, right? That's an advanced circuit assembler. Wait, what are we making over here? Sorry. I did press A on it. Advanced Circuit Assembler 6. Alright. Advanced Circuit Assembler 6. Voltage in ZPM. But we are in UV. I'm not going to complain about it. I'll take it. Make one of these, please. How many nether stars was that? Oh yeah, a couple. It's actually going faster than expected. Alright, in the meantime. You there. This thing. That thing. Do we need to worry about any of these? No, I'll be fine. That's going to be one of the recipes. Then, the piston. Yeah, it's all individual stuff. One piston, please. Belt. Don't need to do anything special for you. Belt, please. We do need to do the research. I forgot about the research. That's probably going to take some time. Ugh. And then the arm. Oh boy. The arm we're probably going to have to do a couple times. There we go. Good thing is, now that we have this thing over here, we can just put these in there. Do need to do the research, and that's going to be like a ZPM of everything. Also, that's the... It's not done yet, is it? No, it's not done. So, ZPM. Give me some ZPM parts. We're going to need a motor. That's a pump. We're going to need a conveyor. We're going to need the piston. We're going to need an arm. And last but not least, we're going to need the motor. Alright. That's all crafting. What are you doing right now? Ah! You're making more of those parts. Nice. Don't forget the chips. I think we put them in there. Power-wise, they're doing fine. You mean the circuits that we need to make in UV? Yeah, we can't make those yet. We can probably make them very soon. But my assembler is done. This guy. Yeah, the data sticks. That's why I made the ZPM parts. That's exactly why I made the ZPM parts. Those are the data sticks. Can you make me like 64 of these, please? There we go. That's why I made one of each of these in ZPM, not in UV. And they should all be coming in one after another. One data. That's not a data stick. That's a data stick. Alright, you go to there. Yeah, let's start with the conveyor. It's only gonna take us 15 minutes. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, advanced circuit assembler requires ZPM power. I think we got a thing for that right over here. Because, yeah. I don't think we need you anymore. You don't do anything. But the thing we maybe need to make in there maybe requires a clean room. Our clean room cannot handle ZPM power. I can already tell you that. Well, let's put it in over here for now. There you go. Can we make a better research station? I think this is... Okay, this is an IV one. We can probably make a better scanner. Not UHV, not UV. ZPM? Nah, it's probably made... No, we can just make that here. Let's make one for ZPM. There you go. It also goes into a molecular assembler, right? That is crafts and crafts. Yep. Alright. Yeah. One ZPM scanner, please. Good. To speed up these processes over there. ZPM. Give me the parts. Here we go. We're gonna keep those in our pockets so that they don't get accidentally crafted away. Good. We did the quest. We get no reward for it, so it's unfulfilling. Requires bacterial vat and biolab. Those are some older quests, man. We don't know about those yet. The bio vat and stuff. Was that an Eevee? That's the thing you get in Mars, right? Okay, maybe not. Maybe it was an Ivy. Okay, maybe it was an LOV. Not yet. ZPM? Where's the biolab? Maybe it's somewhere else. You think it's an HV? No, please don't tell me it's an HV. Oh, good God, it's an HV. It's been a while since we've been over here. Silicon rubber. We do already have silicon rubber. We just never did the quest for it. Same for this stuff over there. Let's test it real quick. Really? We can do that? Open the quest. There's a button in the top right. I'm looking at the top right. I don't see a button, mate. maybe in another quest. It's fine. We found it. All right. So. You know what's the most problematic part about this? We probably at some point in time we made these components and now we no longer even touch them. Mostly because we no longer need them. But we need polystyrene and polytetrafluoroethylene. So polytetrafluoroethylene requires 125 polytetraethylene sheets. I think we can do that real quick. Going to have to brush up some old machines? Oh yes. Polytetra. There we go. Give me like 125 of these. It's probably going to be done in an instant. There it is. Quest complete! Yay! Alright. I'll take the loot back, please. And then synthetic rubber. We need some lightly steam cracked naphtha. Can I skip this? Please. I'm not gonna walk over to our mega oil cracker and ask for a little bit of lightly steam cracked naphtha. Especially since we're running medium on everything. Some oil processing, you say? There we go. Hey, excuse me. Could I get some lightly steam craft naphtha, please? No. Then again, no, we're already doing we're doing both tracks over here, like steam from over there and hydrogen from over there. We could maybe ask this guy though. Maybe we've got a slot free. Maybe we still got some in our inventory. Wait a minute, let's check. What do we have in here? Sulfuric light fuel, light fuel, light fuel, sulfuric light fuel. Alright. What about in the old storage bags over here, which we never, ever checked out anymore? Naphtha, propane, ethylene, naphtha, butane, naphtha, toluene, propane, methane, ethylene, propene, methane, butane, benzene, naphtha. Propane, methane, propene, ethylene, naphtha, ethane, octane. How much octane? A disc full of octane. What about in here? A refinery gas, all the refinery gas, naphtha gas, refinery gas, light fuel, naphtha. No. Anything fun in there? Can I re-sulfur? Actually, wait a minute. All right. Is there a single block oil crack? Made a bit of naphtha, didn't you? That was the old refinery setup, which was kind of uncontrolled. This one is way better, because this one just backs up and then pushes things along based upon ME priority. So things just keep on moving over here. And also, this thing over here does not waste anything. The other one was kind of wasteful, where we would actually just burn stuff off. But this one over here does not burn off anything. And all our oil, like all the 4 kinds of oil we get over there, if we crack those into like hydro cracked and steam cracked for our variants, which get distilled over there. All the products go into there. And then if we can't put any more of the products in there, they go into this cracker over there, where they get hydro cracked. So we can turn it into more methane gas, because methane gas is actually one of those things you do need quite a bit. And if we back up on methane gas, it goes into here, where we then turn it into benzene. Because benzene is also one of those things you do actually kind of need quite a bit of. And overall, it's running mostly fine. The only thing we're constantly out of over here is ethanol. But for ethanol, we need a different solution. What used to be in here? Hydrogen. Ha. Where did all our hydrogen go? Well then, wait a minute. We got the hydrogen maker for that. We were electrolyzing some water over there. That's you. Ah, you're still running. Okay. That's fine then. Yeah, that one over there will only take over if not anyone else. If we have not enough hydrogen in there, that guy over there will start making hydrogen. So that we always have some hydrogen available. Alright, but yeah, we need to make ourselves... What was it again? I already... Lightly steamcraft naphtha. Okay, you know what? Naphtha? Which one of us naphtha? Propene, ethene, butane, benzene, naphtha. Grab. We can probably do the chemical reactor or something like that. Let's go to the unfinished, but still very important corporate towers. At some point in time we'll get something in here, I swear. Alright. Naphtha disk. In you go. Naphtha. Sulfuric naphtha, naphtha. Naphthalene, sulfuric naphtha, naphtha drums, naphthalene acid. Is there a one-block cracker? Lightly hydrocracked, it needs to be steam cracked. Chemical plant will do. Sure. Okay, it goes into a number 1 plant. You know what? Sure. Here. Boost it up a bit, it'll be fine. We got steam in storage? Is that 5 million units of steam in our storage? Don't even ask how it even works if we have steam in our PC. Actually, we do have steam in our PC. It'll be fine. Alright. Was it you? Yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah, just put you there for a second. Naphtha. Yeah, make one of these. Done. Never to be used again. Alright, we need the fluid interface. Oh, why do I have one of those? I think at the main crafting station. I never really made like a fluid interface wireless machine because we rarely need to interact with fluids. Oh, here we can check up on you. You're still running. Yes, you are. Also, there's a fluid interface. Let's get ourselves some cells real quick. Let's pick up this hydrogen over there. There we go. Naphtha. Here it is. I think we need one of them. I think one is enough for the quest. Maybe not. 24? Alright. Here, have it back. We actually made just barely enough that we needed. What about that scanner? There it is. Better scanner. Wrench. Don't need you right now. Scanner, scanner, scanner. That'll be you. Put it over there. One of these. 225 seconds. Way faster. Alright, what does the quest book say? Give me the loot back, please. Thank you. Distillation. Butadiene cell, benzene cell, ethylene cell. We can just grab those from the refinery. Alright, you get these, you get those, you get this, you get that. Let's put in the stuff in there that we currently don't need. Why is there a seismic prospect in my inventory? Alright, back to the refinery. Where's my staircase? I fell off my own staircase. Those have a quick sleep. Just need to find the correct big boy barrel for this one. Back to the refinery. And again, wait a minute. Everything that's in those big barrels in the refinery is available in the fluid system. We don't even need to go over there. We can do this from home. So what is it that you wanted? You wanted to get ourselves butadiene, benzene, and ethylene. Butadiene. There it is. Yeah, I'm just going to grab like a couple of each. Ethylene. Benzene. Yeah, put it back. Good, done. Wait. Loot back, please. There's gonna be so much good stuff in there. Styrene. Styrene is available via this thing as well. Styrene. There it is. Which styrene? Molten polystyrene. Styrene, please. Have this. Look back, please. Raw styrene butadiene rubber dust. Is that really something we need to do? Can we skip this one? We need to do the polystyrene. And polystyrene requires polystyrene sheets. I think we can make those. Is this enough? It sure is. Oh, you're done? There we go. Give me that. Yeah, I mean, we could run one more in here. And then the other two will be running the other one. Yeah. I still don't really kind of like this. Yeah, put you in there. We also don't really have the power yet to do that craft. That's the other part. But we can already prep. Alright, put this thing in there. Put that thing in there. There we go. Perfect. And now we can make the biolab. The biolab is a multi-use bioengineering station. You can create bacterial cultures for use in bacterial vat with it. What? For use in the bacterial vat with it. As well as make DNA samples and data orbs. And plasmids to duplicate cultures and create new ones. That sentence is... If there would be an English teacher in the audience or in looking at this, they will probably stab you. Multiple times. The bacterial vat can be found in the multi-block goals tab. You can use it right now if you have any industrial brewing needs, or wait until later when you need to get into bioengineering. If you're only doing this later, you might as well make the higher tier biolab. You will only need one of them to complete the quest. They already came prepared. Alright. But I guess I want to make the multi-block, right? But we can make the ZPM one here, this one over there. Alright, this guy, that guy. Get the correct circuit in there. Why can I not scroll this? Is that hard-coded to a ZPM circuit? What the fuck is this? What's a ZPM circuit? This guy, please. Are you shitting me? Alright, let's do this the other way around. You first do this, make the recipe. That. No, not you. How is this an invalid path? Ah. We can scroll for all the other ones. Why can't we scroll for this one? Oh, this kind of sucks, monkey balls. Can we make another one? Over to here. Oh, somebody had fun making this one. Problem is, this with these circuits will not work if you have... It might work for this, actually. The problem is, once you got... I mean, we do have, like, the mapper over here. But we deactivated it at some point in time. There it is. And the reason why this one is this one over here was actually kind of blocking us for most of the time. Mostly because we still got old recipes with the old circuit information in them. And if we use the new ones over there, it can get the AE system confused. Mostly in recipes that have two of the same type of circuit in like two different spots. Because those recipes will only work if the two circuits used for crafting are identical. So if you get like one blanco circuit like that and one actual circuit, then the recipe will break and is just not working. This will most likely work because any ZPM should be available. Prevent crafting as substitution. Allow crafting as substitution of input components. Let's just see what happens if we put this in there. If not, we can just make one ZPM circuit by hand and just throw it in there. We have that, right? Yes. But that's also the reason why we never really switched away from like those generic circuits. Because we would need to switch out every other recipe, and there's a lot of them. And it will... Oh, we actually still have one in storage. Nice. Alright. That's coming in. We just need to do the quest. Oh, wait. Loot back. There we go. How many loot bags do we have? How fast is the scanner looking? This one should be done by now. And it is. In there. Oh, that's the fluid regulator. I made the wrong thing. Wait a minute. That's the fluid regulator again. That's the pump. Yep. Yeah, this one is definitely slower, but if we do two over there and one over there, it should be equal. Especially if we kinda dilly-dally a bit, which we definitely do. Alright, so let's put the other thing in between in there. Where is it? Over there. Yeah, if we want to use those recipes, we would need to... That's a lot of power that needs to go in there. I'm not quite sure if we can do that yet. We would need to upgrade the power plant to make sure that we push enough power along. Not only that, we would also need to make sure that we have a thick enough wire going into that accumulator over there. Alright, but the pump must be done. That's a pump. Yeah, get the fluid regulator. What about the biolab? Biolab. There it is. One, please. Quest complete. Loot back, please. Thank you very much. Alright. Petri dishes, not for eating. You need Petri dishes to hold the cultures. You can make them out of borosilicate, styrene, or PTFE. The Petri dishes must then be sterilized to allow cultures to grow on them. You can use ethanol, methanol, ammonia, chlorine to sterilize them. Alright. I guess we chemical bath these? Autoclave these. Alright. Double check the recipe. I'm pretty sure this uses one tier less than they sell them are. Wait, what? Which recipes are you talking about? First of all, the Petri dishes. Here we go. Ah. The arms and the belts. That should be fine. I mean... Oh, you mean power-wise? No, I'm pretty sure... Well, we can check. Let's check real quick. There they are. Oh, they do. ZPM. Okay, we will be fine then. Alright. Nevertheless, Petri dish. Molten PTFE, molten polystyrene, molten borosilicate glass. I'll guess we use... polystyrene? That sounds like fun. Let's do this one. But we don't have a cylinder bolt. That is definitely something we do not have. Let's also make these by 256. There we go. Do we got... I think we do have that, right? Molten... let's look for styrene. What's this stuff? Yeah, we got some molten polystyrene going around. It will be fine. Alright, and then the other recipe is gonna be the sterilized one. And to sterilize that, we can methanol, ethanol, chlorine gas, ammonia. I think we got metric fuck tons of ammonia. We're gonna drop them in ammonia. Alright, but that cylinder thingamajig. Wait a minute. Not you, you. We need a cylinder form for that. The whole reason why we got this crafting table over there is to make these forms. We need hammer and a file. Oh! Guarantee! Hey there! How you doing? Thank you so much for the resub, mate. And then we also gonna need a form. Is it called a blank? It's called a blank. It's this one, right? We make it on the blank cost. Yes, it is. Alright. This thing. That thing. Make it so. Support the artwork. Oh, yes. We're doing lots of work over here. I think we still have... Where is that thing? It's you, right? Fluid solidifier, but you got the recipe in you. Forming press, macerator, forming press, chisel. I guess it's you. Maybe use the molten steel. We need a drum for that. We have a drum for that. We got some indoloi in there. That's what we want. We want some steel. Molten dark steel, maraging steel, stainless steel, watertight steel. That's the wrong amount of steel in here. Steel. Molten, please. Molten black steel, molten steel. Just make me like a little bit, and it'll be fine. There it is, molten steel. Thank you very much. I'll take that. Yeah, this is one of those machines we only need like every once in a while. Not the loop drum. The steel drum, please. There we go. And we probably still have a molten steel drum in here, right? From last time. Yes, we do. And we got another one. Molds. There we go. Cylinder, please. We're also gonna probably need a solidification hatch. Solidifier hatch. Thank you very much. Make one, please. Alright. That's all fine over there. Then, what are these two recipes? Those are the recipes we're going to be using very soon. We got another couple bags over there that can go to there. How is this scanner doing? You're done. Perfect. One more in there. And then you get the pump. Here we go. You get the piston. We kind of did the motor last. All of these require motors. We did them in the worst possible orientation. Once this guy's done, we can start making those UV parts. In the meantime, You're not done yet? Come on, solidify a hatch. Oh wait, it's done. Let's run all the way to where the solidifier is. Which is all the way over there, all the way over there. Let's use the tiny axle. There we go. It would be a shame if we lose anything over here, so let's turn you off for a second. I think we still have an unused one in here. Let me just quickly check before we start. Excuse me? Gesundheit? Yeah, that's what I thought I heard. Random creeper going around. Random guerrilla creeper on a spider. Have a quick sleep. Alright, where's the machine we're looking for? There we go. I think there was one in here that was kind of empty, maybe? Ingots, big gears. Are we actually using you? No. Let's take you out. Let's put you in. That's gonna be this one. You make the dishes, you sterilize them. Alright, this way, that way. Go to the autoclave. Wait a minute. There you go. That's over there. Okay, what do we need for the quest? Do we need to do both? No, we only need to get 16 Petri dishes. Alright, so Petri. Sterilize once. Make me one. It will automatically make 256, because why not have 256 of these? Alright, cook up all of that. Start crafting those. We never turned the machine back on. God dang it. Oh. Turn it on. There we go. Petri dishes. Way faster than the Pyanodons, by the way. Alright, and then those should be cleaned by now. Sterilized ones. Good, quest complete. Not quite sure if we actually need to do this quest, but I mean, we definitely need these, so let's go for it. Alright, alright. Then, where was the original quest we're looking at? Was that a multi-block thingamajigs? Multi-block goals? For, that's integration or factory all in. What is this? Oh, that's that thing. I kind of forgot about you. What do you even do? Do all the processing in one step. Can process up to 1,024 ores at one time. Every ore costs 20 U, 2 liters of current, 200 liters of distillation water. Process time is dependent on mode. If you screwdriver switch mode. Does it do everything? Kind of curious about you. UV. Ah, there's probably going to be a quest for that. Faster crops. Or do you mean it was over here? It was right over here. We still need to do the bacterial vat. Okay, let's go look for it. Bacterial act. Is that this thing over there? No, that also requires it. There it is. The bacterial vat is a unique multi-block machine with its own recipes, but it also has advanced versions of many brewery recipes. The vat isn't mandatory in this tier, but there are many user recipes that you will need later on, so let's build one. All recipes require a culture. Some recipes require a specific glass tier. The culture is made in a biolab and put into the controller. The glass tier is calculated as LV is tier 1, so this quest requires you to make tier 3 glass. How does this sentence work? The glass tier is calculated as LV is 1, so this quest requires you to make tier 3 glass. Why? I mean, we can make tier 3 glass. No worries. It's easy. Also, where are you hiding? Oh, you're over there, I see. Bacterial vat. There we go. Yeah, we'll just make the vat block. There we go. That's not the bacterial vat. That's the bacterial vat. Look at that. EV chips. There we go. So quantum processors. That's also done in a molecular assembler. Let's just walk back real quick. Could have used the wireless, but nah, we're just gonna run. Alright, molecular assembler. Put that thing in there. And then it's called a bio. I already forgot the name. Biolab? That's not a biolab. What is it? Bacterial vat. Eight times silver wire. We never made 8 times silver wire. Alright. We can roll that. Eight times silver wire. Oh, really? Alright. Might as well give you the upgrade. 1, 2, 3. Where are you? It's this one right over there. There we go. There we go. Bacterial vat. 1, please. Thank you very much. Alright, we get some magic loot packs for these. Oh, we're gonna open up those. It'll be great. Sievert for the vat. That's reactor fuels. Making the vat more efficient. Looking at the vat's recipes, you are likely discouraged by the small amount of fluids being produced per recipe. Don't worry, fluid consumption and production shown in NEI are just the baseline for the lowest efficiency. The efficiency of the vat depends on the amount of fluids in the output hatch. Okay. The efficiency gradually increases as the output hatch fills up and reaches maximum efficiency when it's exactly half filled. Oh no, what the fuck. Alright, if the hatch fills even more, the efficiency goes down again, so try to keep it close to half. At maximum efficiency, the amount of fluid consumed and produced per item recipe is multiplied by 1001. Alright. There are different means to keep it at half, including OC, probably overclocking, not safe for manual. It doesn't like bold Viking fluids. Fluid detected plus machine controller or a fluid regulator. We're gonna use a fluid regulator. Not quite sure what they want from you from over there. Can we? Oh, we can move this. What the hell? Alright, is my vat done? There it is. One vat, please. Magic loot back, please. Thank you very much. Alright. Oh, we need some titanium reinforced borosilicate glass. Sure, we have that. Glass. Is that this stuff over there? Yes. Quest done. It's kind of funny running through some old quests and just being like, oh yes, these complicated things, we've done them. Ivy glass, tungsten reinforced borosilicate glass. Alright, I think we're actually out of that. Are we still making that even? That's osmium. There it is. Tungsten steel. Do we still got a recipe for that? No. Alright, we'll put it back in. It was tungsten borosilicate. Tungsten reinforced. Tungsten, yeah, okay, there we go. It's borosilicate glass in molten tungsten. Alright. Easy peasy. There we go. Yeah, we can do that per recipe. Glass. Let's look for it. It's not over there. There they are. Congratulations, we're gonna make some more of you. How many do we need for the quest? I mean, it is for a magic loot pack. I do like myself a magic loot pack. Tungsten reinforced. Make it another 30, please. There we go. While we're at it, what about the next one? Which is gonna be LOV glass. Oh, that's a whole bunch of magic loot packs. We got loads of LOV glass. There we go. That's already in there. We might as well, because I already know it will be coming up. Make me 64 of these, please. Give me the ZPM glass. I don't think we can do the UV glass yet. We can have a look at it real quick. Where is it even? Stained glass, glass. There they are. IV, HV, ZPM, UV, osmium reinforced borosilicate glass box. Wait a minute. How are you doing this? That's these ones over there. Make me 32 of these, please. So, what about the one after that? UHV then. There you go. Neutronium reinforced borosilicate glass. For that we need some molten neutronium. I think we can do that, but we do need UV power in our machine. Sir Welshi! Hey there! How you doing? I don't think that... Oh, did we overclock that thing? Let's check real quick. What are your power hatches? That does not look like it's really much overclocked though. It's really good CPM. I mean, we could overclock it. Make some neutronium glass. Get some more loot packs. Do we get some loot packs for that? If we get some loot packs for it, we do it. Oh. It stops at CPM. Ah! Stuck at boring work? At least it does work. Might be boring, but still probably better than being like jobless or something like that. But at least I can make your job a little bit more entertaining. So at least that's that. But still, Welsh, I hope you have an enjoyable evening. Even if it might be a bit boring. Alright. Glass parts. So, tungsten glass. There we go. The ZPM glass is still being made. It goes to Ovi, requires ZPM. Now we already got a couple of those. Hey there, Viking Lord, how you doing? Next one is ZPM glass, and then the UV glass. Yeah, we ordered that one up, the Osmium reinforced. That's already in here. There it is. We just need to melt down some osmium. Meanwhile, the iridium reinforced is waiting on the osmium to be done. Alright. Yeah, let's put these back. We don't need them right now. Let's put these back. We're gonna do those magic loot packs all in one go. Speaking of magic loot packs, you should be done. Yes, you are. Give me that. And I think there's still one in there. Sure is. Take the immersion tool. There we go. Alright. Where's that stuff? Over there. Boop. Boop. Wait a minute. Oh, what the fuck? I see what happened over there. No! ZPM motor. God dang it. You one of these, please? Yeah, we're missing the motor. Motor. Yeah, big mate over there. Any second now. There he is. Good thing about these data sticks, we can just overwrite them. Yeah, put that thing in there, put that thing in there. Off we go. Okay, that will take another 4 minutes, but that'll be fine. Iridium reinforced glass. That's gonna take a while. I put some oh, I know where I put some osmium reinforced glass. Did we not put that osmium reinforced glass in? I mean, we're gonna have to wait for it for a bit. And it's also nighttime outside, so that's actually it's nighttime outside. We don't need to sleep. We got we also got night vision, of course, but we got lamps everywhere now. Okay, run, little man. Did we place that osmium glass all the way over here? Did they go so crazy at some point in time that I was like, why is this machine not working? We probably need this. And then I placed osmium glass. Oh, that looks like osmium glass. Is that really osmium glass? Yeah, that's osmium glass. Still could not process salt. Alright. Yeah, but this is still working over here. We don't need to worry about this. Speaking of salt, how are our salt levels? Salt. Where did my salt go? Excuse me? There used to be salt in this base. Alright, salt is an issue again. Yeah, the slope is not really run friendly. Neither going up nor going down. But then again, this is also an ancient Minecraft version. It was the chicken. It definitely was the chicken. And the bridge is made of steel. I mean, fire can't melt steel beams, right? Alright. Glass. it's just gonna be slow. If we tried sprinting down the steps, we are sprinting down. It just slows us down for whatever reason. How is this thing actually doing? Yeah, that could be better as well. Our lubricant production is kind of tied to our oil production, and our oil production is it is blocking, but since we require over here creosote, we probably need like a better creosote process because we're not getting enough creosote. Oh, in real life, sprinting on steps? Yeah, I've done that before. Works kind of well if you fall down the stairs and call it sprinting. Alright, we don't need the solidifier hatch right now. We don't need this. We don't need that. It's going to go all about like in here. Alright, the osmium glass seems to be almost done. It is correct. Just needs to be crafted. The iridium one over there still needs to cool down some ingots. And I guess it's like a minute per osmium glass. Osmium glass is like really slow to make. Righteous hole. Here we go. Oop. There you are. How fast are you going? Okay, it's 13 seconds per osmium reinforced borosilicate glass block. I still got something in there. As for the iridium, I think that's still being processed over there. That's just going to take a while. At some point in time, I'm going to make the equivalent of the pyrovium heater over there with the cryovium cooler. I already had to make some cryovium for these things over there. These blocks over here, the coolant ducts required a cryovium. And I kind of thought that turning blaze rods into cryo rods in a freezer was too much work. It might still be too much work. It might also not be cryovium efficient. I still need to take a look at that, but I think it will be fine. The thing is, assuming if we're only relying on gravity, there should be a maximum speed for going down the steps. No. Have you never seen any kind of action movie? If you follow a person falling down of a building, you are faster if you run down the stairs. It's always like that. You can't catch up to them and catch them. Alright, 3 more blocks. And then the iridium blast will start. Here we go. Still cooling down some ingots. We also still need to melt those ingots down. There we go. Is that's sunrise? Wait. Yes, it is. Alright, it should probably be the last block, and then we should be switching over to the iridium glass. Maybe one more after this. Yeah, now it's going to be iridium glass. Good. We can't unlock the quest yet. I also kind of assumed we need 32. Yeah, we definitely need 32. And for this one, we also need 32. Alright, that's going to go at least a little bit faster. At least twice as fast. Here we go. Here we go. Where is it? It's over there. We still need to process some of those iridium ingots. Yeah, now we're waiting. 9.80365 meters per second squared acceleration. Terminal velocity would probably apply in multiple ways. I mean, terminal velocity, for terminal velocity, the main question always is how much is air resistance? And how big is the object falling? Alright. Did I order up a little bit more than what we need? Oh, I did. Oh, perfect. Or we still had some in storage. Either way, we only need another 7 of these. Then we can open up some loot bags. I did do 64. Alright. Yeah, I mean, we always need this kind of stuff. The glass is very useful. And having it in storage definitely will not hurt us. Alright, let's wait on it real quick. 29. Come on, 30, 2 more. That's like 12 more seconds. It'll be there any second now. 31, and 2 more seconds. 32. Boop. Let's complete. And come on. Ah, do we need the prerequisite? No. There we go. Needed the manual nudge. Alright, let's put those in there. Let's do this real quick. Alright. A magic ZPM back? I'll take a magic ZPM back. An LV back magic? I'll take that one as well. Ivy back magic? Yes, please. EV back magic? It's... Yeah, we could have probably done this ages ago. Let's get all the magic bags. We could still craft some of these into magic bags, but this will be fine. Alright, let's have some fun with these. Let's start with the HV bags. What do we get? Ooh. Some basic wafers and some terrible HV circuits. Alright, alright. A large battery hole. Empty. Worth it. Some advanced wafers and like 2 random access memory chips. That's so not worth it. Okay. Next up, Eevee. Some fluid detector covers. Horrible. Ivy, please. Inventory cable? Steve's factory manager. We're not even using that. Alright. Oh, it gave us a quest. We should probably check it out. Oh, we got some more inventory cable. Hooray! Alright, ZPM back. Come on, be a good one. Advanced Monster Repellator 6. Repels nasty creatures, range 88. Unpowered, 352 powered. Oh, that's kind of nice. I didn't even know that these exist. We also got some tungsten glass. Oh, that was kind of terrible. What about that Steve card quest? Where did that come from? Oh, I added faster crops. We can also grab this real quick. Building better bases? There's the arc lamp. Oh, there's nothing back in there. I'll take that. Yeah, it's not coming out of building better bases. Mass processing? No, that's for the dissectors. Oh, another terrible, terrible loot bag. I'll take that. SFM and computers. Oh, that's over there. The core block of Stacy's, or Steve's factory manager, SFM is a high-tier automation system, while AE2 can handle a lot of different crafting tasks. SVM can handle even more complex crafting. Really? So it's actually needed for the assembly line. Inventory cables connect to the machine inventory manager to inventories or tanks. Right now, until some more figures it out, your best bet is to experiment and ask for help on the Discord. Yeah, we're not going to start this. Fuck that. There have been TPS problems caused by poorly designed SFM setups. Make sure your outputs are properly emptied and you don't get filled. Yeah, I'm kind of happy with our AE system. Is that such a late game item? No, stainless red alloy. That's HV stuff. I guess we kind of missed most of those. What about the tea? Can we drink this? What does it do? Does it do anything? Digitize it. Yeah, look at chat. It only says tea. Well then, applied energetics. Well, if we're already like going around picking up quests. Might as well pick up these real quick. Here, give me... I don't think we can make those magic. Can we make these magic? We could technically make them magic. I am too lazy for that. We're just gonna open them. It'll be fine. Yeah, 80 basic. We got some wooden screws. 80 good. We got a zombie hat. See? Worth it. Absolutely worth it. For those. Alright, at least we're kind of back on our quest game for a bit. It's been a while since we did some of these. We can still also claim your cables. Yeah, claim the cables. Why not? I'll take free stuff. Oh, we added ZPM tier. We never really claimed anything over here for our ZPM stuff. I'll take the superconductors. And I'll guess I'll take the Labotronic energy orb clusters. That kind of sounds like fun. But then we're also done over there. And this is just a reset quest. And I think this is the same reset quest over there. Good. And then the only thing that's kind of left over there, I should accept these more often. Because these reset like I think every hour or something like that. You do get, you don't really get good stuff out of it, but you get some stuff out of it that you can maybe just like use for other stuff. Oh man, alright. Quest Bonanza's done. Good, let's go back to the main base real quick. Or the main assembly. The research should be done for the UV motor. And then we should at least set up like a craft for one of each of those parts so that we can finish off the other quests as well. There we go, it's gonna be over there in this corner. There we go, there's the motor. Okay, let's take this emergency hole. Oh, I missed it. There we go. I still dislike the blinking. It's annoying. Alright, how expensive will this be? This is gonna be UV parts. It's there. There's no easy way to put this. Okay. Never mind. There's more glorp. I thought we were good. Apparently not. We should do that glorp though. And get through the quest. But before we do that, let's have a quick look. Let's deactivate all of this again. UV. So this is not how you make cheese. In order to make wetware circuits, you'll need sterilized growth catalyst medium and stem cells. To begin, you will first need bacteria, which you can get through the bacterial vat or the brewing machine. The vat recipe is more efficient, but you need a culture for it, so you need to start with the brewing recipe. The bacterial vat needs at least a bismuth rods in the radio hatch for the proper sievert and at least EV tier glass to make the bacteria. There's also 3 different recipes, so you can use a higher tier 1 later if you like. You also need mincemeat and agar. You want a stable supply of meat, such as a fish farm, a standard animal farm, or an IC2 meat roast goldfish farm. Agar has a more complicated processing chain, but it's nothing like platinum. You'll need even more meat for it. Do we have to actually make a cow farm? Use some bacteria to create an ova evolutions culture, 50% chance, and then place that in the bacterial vat's controller. The bacterial vat also needs at least uranium rods in the radio hatch for the proper sievert and at least IV tier glass to make raw growth catalyst medium. There are higher tier recipes as well. Cultures are not consumed in the bacterial vat. Alright. So agar comes out of gelatin. Comes out of gelatin mixture. Comes out of phosphoric acid water combined with collagen. Comes out of minced meat, diluted sulfuric acid, and bone meal. And then minced meat comes out of anything that makes meat. Can we make a cow spawner? I guess we can make a cow spawner, right? Wait a minute. This might be good. Oh, we do need blood for that. Oh. What else do we have? Flesh root. This is from Pam's Harvestcraft. We could do Pam's Harvestcraft as well. I would rather not really have to rely too much on random plants growing all the time. Let's have a quick sleep. Let's get ourselves a soul flask. There's one. Then, I'm not quite sure if we can actually do this. I think we need a broken spawner, and then we need a powered spawner. For a powered spawner, we need a zombie vial and 2 ender crystals. For ender crystals, I think we need 2 endermen. Yeah, for that we need vibrant crystals. We got the vibrant crystals. 1, 2. Just chuck a cow in the macerator, it should be fine. Well, we have to make new cows, you know? With a witch. Okay, we don't have any more of these in there. Now, what I'm kind of thinking about is, if we go all the way over here. We have this thing over here. Which currently was harvesting endermen. We got a couple of ender pearls out of that. Not quite sure if we can switch this thing over to cows, though. But this is also where we got a couple of liters of liquid XP. This is still a very old setup that's just running on some barrels over here. But I'm kind of curious to see if we can put a cow in there. Because we just need to make like a powered spawner. Pum 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 pum. Can we... Oh, that's because it said Enderman. Cow? Oh yeah, we can put a cow in there. We can definitely put a cow in there. Allows and peaceful, max health. There we go. Crystallis essence. Yeah, we don't really care about that. It will make raw beef, non-stop. It will make non-stop raw beef. And then the raw beef over there. How does it go again? Mincemeat. Block of flesh, raw anchovies, raw bass, raw calamari, carp. Okay, can we do this with cow, shrimp, snails, tilapia, tunas, turtles? Throw the turtles in there. Look at the little fucker. Does this? Maybe over here. Meat raw plate. What the fuck? Pork chops. Okay, if we can put pork chops in there, we can most likely also put in raw beef. There we go. And that will give us that minced meat. Good. And then the minced meat over there, we can combine it up with bone meal. Bone meal is the other part. I guess we could set up a second one of these. I already have one because I've already let one of these over here run. That's also why we got all these arrows in there and some bones with skeletons. So we could set up one of these with a skeleton and one of these with like a cow to make like infinite bones and infinite meat. And with that, at least we could keep our process going for what's it called again for the Agar. But what's the other part? There was another part in the whole chain that I talked about. Minced meat. You also need minced meat in Agar. You want a stable supply of meat. Well, but we don't need the minced meat for anything else, right? Bacteria, bacterial vat, brewing, radio hatch, seabirds, tree recipes. You also need minced meat and Agar. You want a stable supply of meat, such as fish farm, as a standardized animal. Agar is a more complicated processing chain, but it's not for mine compared to platinum. You need more meat for it. So what else do we need the minced meat for then? We can turn that into organic fertilizer. We can turn that into collagen. But that already seems part of the process. We can cook it. We can throw it into the bacterial vat with some agar, some salt, and some calcium. I guess that's the process we're looking for. For some raw growth catalyst medium. And then we need some initial bacteria and a petri dish with a culture. A petri dish containing ova evolutions. This is a weak culture. It cannot be bred in the bacterial vat. Alright. I guess that's fine. And then there's an LOV, an IV, and a ZPM recipe. They also require some amount of sieverts. And you require bacteria, bacterial sludge, and you require mutagen. How do we make mutagen? Alright, that is for later. Bacterial sludge is probably the stuff that we get. Yeah. So we start with bacteria, which we can get from biochaff and water, and then we get some bacteria out of that. Just get anything. Like if you're making like wine or meat or something like that, just use any kind of bacteria for that. Just throw something in there. Alright, so that's why we need even more minced meat for that. Cool. And then to make the stem cells, that's also where we need the crystal shards and the growth catalyst stuff. The crystal shards over there, we can remake them out of mysterious crystal dust. Speaking of mysterious crystal dust, we do have a bit of that. Kind of turns out that you get quite a lot of mysterious crystal dust if you just like process the earth. Like looking for those big crystal clusters is not effective. Just dig up dirt and throw it in the macerator. You get so much out of it. Sadly, that's not really an automated process, but that's something we can fix later on. Good. So that does kind of mean that we will need some specialized buildings. This is kind of picky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a 7 high building. Alright. But I already know exactly where we're going to be putting you. Together with the bacterial vats. Good. What's the clock say? Clock says we're basically good to go. What else do we need to do real quick? About... Did we order up one of each? No, we didn't. Let's do that glorp real quick. I would rather do that glorp real quick because the bacterial sludge glorp is going to be so much more. Search for UV? I'm not quite sure if that will work. Because I think the brackets might even show up as a regular expression part. Okay, kinda works. I'll take it. Alright, we have to start with the motor first. The motor requires a quad allo cable. We cannot add... Oh, we can. Perfect. Yeah, kick these out. We need to make this, that, this, that, this, and that. Let's start with these then. So... The quad allo cable, that is pretty straightforward. I should probably at some point in time take a look at this stuff. We have the polyphenylene sulfide foil, because it will be cheaper to make that kind of stuff instead of making like the Naquada allo foil. How do we even make the stuff? That's coming out of this kind of stuff. That's coming out of that kind of stuff. That is air, dichlorobenzene, sodium sulfide dust. That should be doable. Or just straight up oxygen. Let's start putting this stuff in there. We don't really care much about the salt. We'll make salt. That's even better. Yep. But we do need to make the... Oh, that's... for some reason, I expected it to be harder. Yeah, something like this will be fine. Alright. We could use the fancy new interface for this one. I kind of want to walk over to the machines I work with. I just kind of like doing that. Especially if it's just over here. I mean, we could do anything from like a desktop remote like that, but I kind of like to be over here. All right, this over here will, let's maybe put you over there with the other liquids. There we go. That at least will allow us to make the molten variant of this, and then we need to make the ingots out of it. The ingots out of that will be done in one of you. For that, we are going to use a remote because that machine over there is a bit more boring. Yeah, do this, do that. We make these in batches of 64. That's a little bit too much. And then we also need to make the foil. Yeah, make also these batches of 64. It's always nice to have a couple of batches available. You over there. So, one will be foil. Put you over there. The other will be ingot in the shaper. That'll be you over there. Alright, can we now make the polysulfide stuff? If we can make this, we can make the rest. Dichlorobenzene is missing, really? Alright, that's benzene and chlor in a tier 2 reactor. We don't really have a tier 2 reactor yet. It's probably about time that we set up a tier 2 one. Update the old forward recipes. I can do that. We can do that later on. It's not that important right now. Yeah. Also, for the foil recipes, it doesn't really matter too much because that machine is so freaking fast. It just eats them. All right, you are a proper dual interface. You're online. Nothing's happening over there yet. The only thing we need over there is going to be a circuit. Circuit. One of these, please. Thank you very much. Bum, 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 bum. Drop it there. Incomplete structure? Oh, wait a minute. You still need glass. And that's why we made all that iridium glass. There we go. There it is. Yeah, this guy over here is relevant to the glass tier. View. 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 Take out the bottom glass. Take out the top glass. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. And then done. Good, you're good to go. Alright, let's try it one more time. We'll also polysulfide something. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, if we want to make like 100 of these, we can now make 100 of these. Good, back to the cable. We definitely want to do this recipe then. That's the easier recipe. These, I don't really think we should be... Well, we could do like a bit, like 8 or something like that. Fine. Alright, how much times cable is that? 4 times. 4 times cable. Is it wire or cable? It's cable. Oh, with a big C. No. Alright. Just look for cable then. It doesn't want to play nice. There you go. Put it there. Good. Alright. UV. And I'll be fine like this. What else are we missing? We're missing the fine American wire. That's going to be an easy one. Let's do that in there. Do that in there. Turn that into an ingot. Make like 64 of them. There we go. Pretty sure we don't have the ingot recipe yet. So let's make sure that we also do the ingot recipe. For this one, we go for the 4-1 recipe. We could do bigger batches, but Americum is really, really slow to make. And I don't really want a lot of things over there to back up on there. It's also kind of the reason why if we go for the ingots over here, that's freezing. Wherever we have our shaper. Where's the thing? It is. Why we have only like... Oh, we already have that in there. Nice. Never mind. I'll take that. You can go away then. Here we go. But then we will need the fine wire. And for the fine wire, it doesn't really matter too much. We can make it a little bit more than that. The only thing I'm a little bit concerned about is the... Okay, power draws LV. Nothing to worry about. Good. Next up, neutronium rings. That's made out of neutronium ingots. We can fluid solidify that in a somewhat expensive machine. Here we go. Neutronium is also not too easy to make, so we're gonna go for like the 1 ring for now. Molten neutronium. Can we even melt that down in like a fluid extractor? We sure can. Make that 2-1 for now. Until we can upgrade it later. Molten something. That's the ABS. The other ABS. The fluid extractor gallium is over there. Creosote is over there. And now we got ourselves some neutronium in there. And then ring. Shaper. We don't have a ring shaper? We got an extrusion machine. Fook. What is faster? Well, the molten metal variant is kind of faster, but we do have to melt it down first. But we do need the molten neutronium later on for some other processes. We really don't have a ring shaper yet? I'm kind of surprised about that. Do we have a ring moldy? I'm pretty sure we have a ring shaper. Wait a minute. Let's check real quick. It's just over here. There it is. Well, I do say there it is, but there is still like a million machines in here. That's a storage bus, input bus. Oh, that's for the multiprocess, yes. Okay, that's all kinds of pipe. Bolts, rods, long rods, ring shaper. There's just no recipe there. Okay, never mind. We do have one. We never had a recipe for it. That's fine. Alright, UV. Next up, long magnetic samarium rods, neutronium rounds. Let's do the neutronium rounds next. That will be this one over there. That's definitely something we can do to solidify. We already have something for that. Not quite sure where they are. They must be over here somewhere. I'm just gonna sneakily look for them like this. That's for blocks. There they are. Put that thing in there. Alright, done. Then. Long neutronium rod, same thing. I think we already saw it over here somewhere. Was it over here? No, it was over there, right? In one of these. Here they are. Again, only going for like the simple recipe. It will not be as efficient, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Long magnetic samarium rod. Oh, there is molten magnetic samarium? I'm kind of surprised by that, actually. I'm not quite sure that that is how that works, but I'll take it. I'll take some molten magnetic samarium. That does kind of mean that we have to get ourselves... Right, to make the molten magnetic samarium, we need to make a magnetic ingot. Wait. There we go. We need to magnetize an ingot. And then we can take the ingot. And we can turn it into molten magnetic metal. There we go. Alright. You will be going to there. And then... magnetic. That's the press. Where's the machine that makes stuff magnetic? There it is. Ah, I see. Is it not better to magnetize the rod? Well, but now we can make small rods and big rods. I mean, we got the shaper for that. I mean, we can check over here what actually is better and faster. It takes 6.4 seconds over here to magnetize the samarium ingot. And to take the long rod over there, it will take 6.4 seconds to magnetize the long samarium rod. And it will take 3.2 seconds to magnetize the samarium rod over there. I mean, on the other side, the long samarium rods, we could maybe also use them for something else. Also very true. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter too much, in my opinion. Then again, we already have the rods. Yeah, well, let's magnetize these then. Yeah. Because we already have the recipes to make molten samarium and stuff like that. At least I think we can make molten samarium. Nevertheless, we're gonna need some pattern cards. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna have to find this machine. We still have not moved over this stuff to the new machine. I'll do so very, very soon, but not today. But that does gonna mean that we need to do some new recipes over here for the magnetic long rod, which will be this recipe then. And put you in there real quick. There we go. This recipe. Overwrite you. Do we even... We don't need this one then. This one can go kablooey. Same for this one. Can go kablooey. Alright, then you get the long rod. But we would then still need to make the long rod itself, which is this one over there, which will definitely be coming out of the fluid shaper like that. There we go. Let's put it by hand real quick. Because that is right over there. And I'm pretty sure, almost confident even, that we do not know how to make molten samarium. No, we have no clue. No worries, we can do that. Pom 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 pom. Can we make that out of the dust? Yes, partially. This takes 161 seconds on MV to melt down dust. It takes like almost no time to melt down an ingot. To make an ingot, we have to go to the blast furnace, and the blast furnace makes it directly, but the blast furnace does take a little bit longer. The blast furnace recipe over there takes 201 seconds, whereas this one over there in a ABS takes 161. However, we got the volcanoes. That is already faster in those kinds of things. We already know how to make samarium ingots. So we're just going to melt it down with this recipe. Yeah. And the EBF will be able to handle that. There you go. Alright, what are we still missing? We're probably still missing like loads of parts, but let's see what shows up. Oh, never mind. We can make it. Sure. Pump? Ah. Damn. Alright, we want to make some neutronium plates, some neutronium screws, and some neutronium rotors. That's gonna happen over here. Alright, neutronium plates. Actually, the plates, that will actually be done in the bending machine. But the screws over there, those will be molten down. And the fan over there, that will also just be cast. Because we have those available. Screw. Shaper. There they are. And over here we also got the europium screws. Europium is also not too easy to make. So we're only making like one of those. It'll be fine. Plates. Oh, we can make plates in a shaper? I'll take it, really. I mean, I don't mind that we can do that. I'll take that, definitely. Was there a recipe for that? There's a recipe for that. Alright, let's do that one over there then. Good. Pick up the motor. that should be enough to at least trigger the partial quest, because now we can make the pump. The pump requires a motor, so we can do 2 steps in one. Then we can also start making the conveyor module. Can we do the pump? For the pump, we're still missing some more parts in neutronium. We are going to miss the neutronium rod, the neutronium small gear, and the neutronium big gear. Well then, you know the drill. For the rod, we make that out of liquid metal. Done. For the small gear, we make that out of liquid metal, and we're done. You put the ingot into the... Oh wait, I did put the ingot into the plate machine. I put the ingot... I did put the ingot in the plate machine. You are completely correct about that. Well, that's gonna cause some issues. There might just be an ingot in there now. Plate. You. There's no ingot in there yet. Let's just wait for this one to back up, and then we can update them. Alright, in the meantime, oh, that was already in there. Gear. Big boy gear. Small boy gear. Rod. Not the long rod, the short rod, please. There you go. Alright, and then when we added you, we can technically make you. Alright, let's have a quick look at these crafts. Because you should technically be stuck. Still gonna let you progress until you get to the point where you are really stuck. Raw neutronium dust, yeah, it's gonna be expensive. that stuff is not really fast in the making. Where do we even make that? Over there. I think we mix that together. We do mix that together. Though I thought the mixer part of there would be fast enough for it. You're good. I'm pretty sure that this machine over there is not taking care of that raw neutronium, because raw neutronium requires a hacking load of power. And I think, if I remember it correctly, which machine is it? I trust my past self. That's horrible thing to say. Alright. What about this stuff? Yeah, it takes about just under 3 minutes to make like 1 neutronium ingot. It's really not that fast. But it's a good thing that we do this at the end. Because once we're done with these, then we can just show them. Alright, you are technically currently not crafting anything. We could cancel you. You're trying to... Yeah, let's cancel you. I think something is broken with you. And let's maybe go back to that one mixer real quick. At some point I'm going to install a door over there. Because I always run around like this. Even though going underground would most likely be faster. Oh, you're good to go. You're good to go. Okay, not quite sure why that uranium thing wasn't working as expected. What about you? We could cancel you. The things that are already in the machines will still continue on. So let's make one more pump. Put you over there. Let's make the conveyor module. Put you over there. Piston. You already have the piston. Piston. That's not good. Ah! Ah! I'm trying to take a shortcut here. Okay, let's take this hole. got power. You're getting 1 amp of ZPM. And you over there, you're also getting 1 amp of ZPM. Why are you power failing? Get ready for the bleep. You got power. You got power. So why don't you like operating? I'm pretty sure we're failing to do the neutronium dust. Pom, 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 pom. That's... Neutronium. Where's that stuff? Pom, pom, pom. There it is. Raw neutronium dust. You need a ZPM machine for that. You got a ZPM machine for that. You take some helium plasma, some neutronium dust, and you run that in a ZPM machine. This is a ZPM machine. You got a ZPM energy edge. That is currently not getting any power. You're facing down. You're facing the correct way. You're still not getting any power. Alright? You're facing west. Why the fuck are you facing west? Now you get power. Alright, lost some resources? That's fine. So, not quite sure which one of these we kind of lost. Because nobody seems to be complaining about it. They all go like, yeah, we got our raw neutronium dust, it's fine. And I'm like, no you don't. Unless we manage to fulfill the... No, there was never any power in there. But you seem stuck. Let's cancel you again. So the piston one more time. The pump one more time. And the conveyor module one more time. Alright. Piston. Conveyor module. What about the robo arm? It's up there. Yeah, the robo arm is doing something. Alright. I just hope it's gonna be fine. But yeah, you can already see all this craft over here. It's gonna take some time. I mean, getting up to a higher power level will also help us out in feeding more power into these machines and making things go faster. I think it's going to be mandatory that we're going to be doubling down the power over here, which does also kind of mean that it's going to be mandatory that we're going to go into more uranium. And we're going to try to make a whole bunch more of these. Here we go, make another 4 of these, please. Which will now get us all the way up to, make 4 more of these, please. Up to 12 of these. We will need a total of 32 of these. So what's the UV power gen recommended in the book? I don't know. I mean, the only thing I kind of notice is that uranium over here makes some really, really good turbines. And we're going to be upgrading from large draconium turbines to huge uranium turbines. They got more efficiency, so they will be making more power. We're going to be doubling that. We already technically doubled down our power over here by switching up to tier 2 fusion coils. But we could make like another stack of fusion coils over there, because it's not that hard to make this. It's just a bit of chlorine, which we need to queue up, and then things will start to move in there. And then just build like another one of these right over there, so that we can then run these turbines as they are with the better internal turbines. That would, for one, double our power. it will only double our power, but we will also be running more efficient. Like each one of these over there, that's a good question. How much power are they going to be making? Pum 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 pum. Power calculation is always a little bit annoying. I mean, if they run at full speed, full efficiency, they'll be making 645,120 EU per tick. That is... How much power is ZPM? Pum, 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 pum. ZPM is running at, that's not what we need to look at, 1,301. And then how much is UV? Here we go. UV is 524,288. So if we go back to our turbine, yeah, that will be running just over 1 amp of UV power. A little bit more than that. Which would mean if we got like our 32, like 4x4x2, that is 16 times 2, that's 32. If we got our 32 turbines over there, we could be running 32 turbines over there on 32 amps of UV power. Lots of power. But we would need to make 4 more rings over there. And we might also want to upgrade the laboratory capacitor over there to hold some more power. Because firing up those rings is not cheap. Well, actually, technically it doesn't really matter because they come pre-primed. Like once you prime them, they just sit there and wait. Is there a UV power quest? I don't think so. Like power quests kinda dry up after a while. Let's have a look in here. I mean, we got the quantum computer over there, and I can already tell that thing is just going to eat power. Research station, that thing is going to eat power. PCB factory, that's going to eat power. Then the nano forge, that's going to eat power. Witch Doctor, D-Doctor, if you haven't made one before, go check out the quest for the MV link. That the ultimate time anomaly. For the robot arm, about how they work, this one gives a maximum boost 256 times. It uses between 1.5 million and 3 million EU per tick. Yeah, no. Quantum power ICs, upgrading the reactor yet again. Alright, there's another upgrade coming again. A Mark II reactor is nice, why not make a Mark III? It will double the power needed per recipe, but while cutting the processing time in half. This time we'll need UV or above hatches. That could actually be fine. If we just get the tier 3 rings in there, then we can also get the uranium things in there. And then we don't need to make extra rings. Yeah, I would rather do that. Though it's gonna be expensive as fuck. It's gonna take forever. Fusion Mark II machine casings. Okay, it's not too bad. It's just a bit of American plates. So that will still take some time. What about the controller? Oh boy. Yeah, we can't even make those circuits yet. Super dense American plate. Molten flux electron. The Eye of Harmony exists, but the Eye of Harmony does not make power. Now, doing this will be fine. I mean, if we make 32 amps of UV power, we're gonna be good for a while. I mean, 32 amps of UV is quite a bit. Oh, making more, of course. I mean, we could... I mean, once we make 32 amps of UV power, we could double down actually the coils in again. But then again, I mean, in the future, everything is fusion power. Because once we're done with the Fusion Mark II... what the fuck is this? Let's not look at that. We can then go into the Compact Fusion Reactor Mark II. Oh, that's the... Okay, I see. Oh, that would also be an option. I thought these come later, but maybe not. Maybe these come earlier. Because there's also the Compact Fusion Mark III. And the Compact Fusion Mark III is... Big boy ring. very, very, very big boy ring. Like, extremely big boy ring. But that also is true for the Fusion Reactor Mark 1. And we can definitely spend the resources on a big boy ring on a Mark 1 reactor. It's more or less the equivalent of a mega building for a very compact. It's absolutely not compact. The recipe has a startup cost greater than blah blah blah. It can run 64 times recipe at most, so it will be 64 times faster than the one we have. So basically, imagine those rings over there. We had like 4 rings for power. That would be the equivalent of those rings times 16. Which would mean 16 times this generator over there. And then also with the better turbines, yeah, we're gonna be good for that. Then we probably do need to figure out a better way to handle our plasma, because making the individual turbines over there will probably then no longer be a good idea. We might even need to take a look into the heat exchanger then, because if we make that much XL Turbo Steam, large heat exchanger, extreme heat exchanger, I think it's this guy over there. And then we actually go back to steam turbines, which is kind of funny actually. Helium, there we go. So we take helium plasma, we take distilled water, we turn that into an unspecified amount of superheated steam and a specified amount of dense supercritical steam, as well as we get our helium back. I'm a little bit concerned that there's no number over here. Are these deprecated? No, these are still around. Output superheated steam by cooling hot fluids with distilled water, supplying more hot fluids than the threshold causes overheating, producing supercritical steam instead. The maximum input and output values per second are shown in NEI. Actual output is proportional to the amount of hot fluid inserted. Explodes if it runs out of water. Nice. Oh, well, it looks kind of nice. Look at that. I might need to do some research on these. Good, but if we go back to, well, where was that? Bum, 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 bum. Not plasma, helium. If we go back to helium, yeah, well, we can easily get what it requires. Distilled water. That is the annoying part. Distilled water. Ugh. Lots of it, even. Which we can get from the ground. Okay. Yeah, distilling water is not that fast, especially if you kind of think about doing that in the numbers of a couple 100,000 per second. This is not even going at a rate of 1,000 per second. Well, it will go in a certain amount of power. I don't really want to make a mega distillation tower for this project. Then again, it doesn't really need to be a big one. We could make a mega distillation one for this one, because it's only like one layer. Though I'm not quite sure if you can make a half layer one. I guess we still have to make this full size. But then we would be going back into direct steam, and I'm not quite sure if steam is then that much more effective. That's the other question I kind of have. If we go back over here and we give another look over here at helium, 500 plasma over there will then be turned into 36,000 supercritical steam. So 1,000 plasma will be turned into 72,000. We're just going to take the quick number. 72,000. If we go back over there into our turbine, and we have a look at this guy over there, that will be 72,000 liters per, what's that, per second or per tick? Shit. There we go. That's per second. Oh. Alright. I'm not quite sure if I'm happy with that. We might be missing something. But yeah, that's going to be 36,000 per second, so 72,000 per second if we got like, or for every 1,000, it's going to be 72,000. Well, we have to use the actual numbers for this one. So it's going to be 36,000 per second. I'm just going to round it real quick. But we do get double the steam. It's 115,200 liters per second, maybe. If we then go back to our little turbine, that was water. Okay, I see. Steam over there. Supercritical and superheated EU values are ×2. So we do get triple the power out of that steam turbine because we can use the supercritical one. Does superheated, if superheated turns into supercritical, superheated does nothing. And it's also, wait a minute, it's dense supercritical. It's different. It's dense. What do we do with dense? Where do we use that? XL Turbo Supercritical Steam Turbine. Runs as far. Okay, that's where we take the number one. Large Supercritical Steam Turbine. Needs a turbine. Place inside the controller. Use supercritical steam to generate power. Outputs 1 liter of superheated steam per 1 liter of supercritical steam, as well as producing power. Okay. So superheated goes into there. Comes out as supercritical. Then we could technically take our high pressure one over there. Large high pressure steam turbine needs output steam as well as that does not tell us exactly what we need. I'm pretty sure we can chain these together. Right there, that's a rotor assembly, that's a different one. Like supercritical into superheated into supercritical. I'm pretty sure we can give this one supercritical. It just says steam, but it will then turn into steam, and then we can push it one more time into the large steam turbine, which then will turn it back into distilled water. Ha ha ha! There's the cycle. So we only need to top up the water cycle, which would not be too hard to do. But then we do get our power, I guess, 5 volts. I'm not quite sure how much power we get. Supercritical and superheated values are ×2. So basically ×5 total steam. So every 102 liters of water coming in will be turned into, let's just go with a factor of 5, into 500,000 EU per tick. If all the turbines are running. All right. As for the plasma calculation is a bit different. If we use the plasma directly, we consume 268,800 EU per tick. I do know from the top of my head it's about 60 liters of plasma per second. So 60 liters of plasma per second. We're almost there. 60 liters of plasma per second. Okay, that is 36,000 divided by 500. So every liter of plasma makes 72 liters of supercritical. We do this times 60. So we get 4,320 units of supercritical water that goes in and out. All right. Then we can just do this times 5. Because then we process 21,600 units of generic steam. And then that gets multiplied by 1.2 times 1.2. And we get 25,920 EU per tick. Something does not really add up, does it? I'm pretty sure it's way more efficient to burn the plasma directly. I need to do some research on this. I don't know what we need to worry about this one over there. It's definitely spreadsheet time. This needs some research. I mean, the heat exchanger exists for a reason. Let's maybe there's a question there. Also, the music has stopped. Don't worry about that. We are basically done for today, but we're doing some research real quick. There is that must be a multi-block thing with chicken here, right? No more IC engraving. Maybe over here. Is that what I think it is? A linear accelerator? No, that's not what we need. Collision cores. Pum pum pum. Do I really need to make this? I don't think so. Thermal boiler. Integrated ore factory. Neutron compressor. There must be a multi-block or something like that for this. Chemical, pseudo, blah blah blah. So the power tap, there is not really exactly a power tap, is there? There is how to generate power. Okay, maybe there's a power tap. It's been a while since we looked at this one. There we go. Making power with your plasma. Let's maybe start over there. Now that you have a reactor, it's time to utilize the creation of power. The simplest plasma you can make is helium plasma, but it also provides a lot of power. Deuterium is renewable from water, and you can get helium-3 from endstone. However, you will need a way to convert the plasma into EU. To do this, you will need a large plasma turbine. This will also be needed for the dynamo hatch that can be handled the appropriate power. So this is basically that's our starter quest. Turbine time. Yeah, draconium turbine doesn't say anything else. When using turbines, be careful of flow rates. To find the optimal flow rate, you divide the optimal energy flow rate listed on the turbine by the energy value of the plasma. Yeah, but this is only for straight up plasma. Or scan the multiplex controller while feeding a minimum amount of plasma to see what the optimal flow is. And that's more trial and error. If you go beyond the optimal flow, this is more or less when we overclock it. For a lot of extra information on fusion, check out the new quest line called Powerful Nuclear Physics. What the hell? Powerful Nuclear Physics? Go. Launch the quad reactor. That's the sun thingamabob. Is there? There is a nuclear thingamabob. Assembly line first. Focus on breathing. The path of fusion. There we go. Is that a Bitcoin? A completed fusion reactor does not generate any EU on its own. It simply consumes it. That said, a very simple generator, it's very simple to generate power from plasma, and one step process of a plasma turbine. These special turbines only work with plasma and are significantly more expensive than the previous ones. Blah 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 blah. Then it does the calculation over there. That said, you will still need multiple turbines. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, we did that kinda, but. What comes after that? UV power per turbine. Once we progress enough in ZPM to make ZPM dynamo hatches, so you increase each turbine's output to that amount of number. At this number, you'll be a lossless limit by the turbine material, and it's possible to increase the total power of one fusion reactor considerably. You can cover the total helium plasma to that, and then they come up with some examples. Yeah. High durability compound steel. Yeah, we got something better than that. Blah 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 blah. Ah, Mojo! Was there a raid? I did not see anything. Or is that raid still coming in? Mojo, we're currently trying to figure out a better way to do fusion power. Because we're kind of thinking about, well, I'll put the research over there for later. Because we already have fusion power over here. That's the new reactor. That's the old reactor. Let's maybe also restart the music at least a little bit. Here we go. That's the new reactor. That's the old reactor. We're still using the plasma turbines, and some of these have problems. We don't really care much about these problems. I'll just wang these real quick. There we go. The problems will go away if you just hit it with a box. But we're kind of trying to figure out if we can make power even more efficient. And we're kind of looking into turning the plasma into steam via a heat exchanger. And then we kind of got distracted. The way you can make power in here is very, how to put it, not really sophisticated, not really complicated, but there is a golden way, and there's a lot of information you need to take in, and then you'll figure it out. So you ran Minecraft weeks ago, but never been around at the time? Yes, it's still the same game as weeks ago. We've been playing this for quite some time. I mean, if you have a look at the map, there we go. We got a bit of a compound over here. I guess it's time for a base tour. Diverse is a good word. The way to make power is very diverse because we've been through a couple of iterations in terms of power. The first power you make is just pure steam power. Then you get into... What was the second tier of power? Oh, was that nuclear already? I guess it was nuclear. We should check with the nuclear part as well. But nevertheless, welcome to the assembly hall. This is more or less where we do general purpose crafting. Whenever we need like one of a machine and we only need to make something on demand, we do that in here. So progress is non-existent. We get through it. I mean, if we look at the quest book real quick and we turn this off again, we have just entered UV today. And we're kind of trying to get all the way over here to the sterilization mechanic because we need a better way to make lutetium. Because lutetium at the moment we can only get through nuclear processing, and nuclear processing is kind of slow. We basically go through like 1 reactor per day. And I got 8 of them. So we go through 8 reactors per day. But nevertheless, General Assembly Hall, like all the basic crafting machines that you need for everything, is just more or less in here. Once we go outside, what's there? No, there was something over there. We got our rocket pad. It's not the best rocket pad. It holds all the rockets we have. We do have all of these set up that we can go wherever we want to. There was the original idea to actually do ore transport via rockets, but it was bugged when we were playing it. It got fixed in the latest release, but we are kind of past the point where we need to use rockets to move ores around. A check if the armcraft is done. Oh yeah, we can check on that. Nah, that's gonna take some time. They're probably all... I'm not quite sure what they're doing right now. There's probably something burnt out again. Or, nah, they're probably blocked by this thing over there. Good, let's check up on that. Let's go to the smelting area. Smelting area is right over here. Yep. Yeah, it could be better. I can see like... 1? 2 machines working! Wow, 2 machines. But yeah, neutronium ingots are really not that fast. It takes forever. That's also one of the reasons why we should probably upgrade power over here. I mean, these are... Don't get me wrong. These are already running at UV power. These are already eating 442 EU per tick. 2 of them. And I think we can have up to 3 of them running. I think this guy over here can also make neutronium ingots. But yeah, it's power is moving. Power is definitely moving. Which is probably also the reason why we should probably start thinking about upgrading power a bit more. Good, but yeah, if we need anything smelted, we smelt over there. We're currently kind of working on some of the newer parts. So these over here are just not that fast in production. It's not that fast. It's kind of slow. So what do you need radon? What do you need radon? Oh, do we feed the neutronium ingots of radon? Probably. Good. I got a bit of a corporate tower over here, but the only thing the corporate tower over there has in it is the AE cube, which I completely maxed out. Like this cube is dense. It is very dense. It is extremely dense. You might think it's not that dense, but it is dense. If we take a look at this boy over there with the visualizer, that everything in our base is connected over here. Absolutely everything comes together in this central building. There we go. And the cube in there is maximized in terms of peer-to-peer connections. If we take a look at the bottom over there, you can see it over there a bit. There's like how to put it? It's like a honeycomb inside of the cube. And that also means that we got like peer-to-peer ports on basically every possible service. I kind of maximized. I'm not quite sure if I truly maximized the service, but I went for like a highest maximum as possible. I didn't really want to put in too much stuff in there, but there is a lot of peer-to-peer ports in there. There is a total of 8 stacks of peer-to-peer ports in there in total. And we can put another 2 stacks on the outside if we would really want to. So we can have up to 10 stacks, which is 640 extra connections. Times 32, and then you get the amount of channels. So that is 128 times 16, that is 256 times 64. That is 512 times 42, 1024 times 16, 2000, 4000, about 8,000 channel connections, give or take. I maybe missed the power of 2 there. Good. The most important part, if you do a base tour, the most important part is definitely the starter cave, which is somewhere over here. There it is. Good old starter cave. Still with dirt walls and everything. Still with the original wooden plate. It all kind of started over here at some point in time. There's still some random bullshit in these chests. I just never got over to take it out of there. Oh, a pair of shears in there. Oh, there's a door in there. Anything useful in there? Oh, we do have some purifying bath salts. Nice. Lovely. There's some cooked mincemeat in there. It's probably still edible. I'm pretty sure you can still eat that. Yeah, it'll be fine. There's a random Pharmanomicon in there. Ignore that. There's also a mundane ring in there. Yeah, we can also ignore that. Good. But yeah, this is kind of where it all started out. And we had our first little assembly hall over there, and this thing is stripped. There's still some LV machines in here, but there's nothing left in here that we actually use. I mean, it used to be that we had like our main processing area down here. We've spent a lot of quality time down here. The machines are still sitting around, but they're not really worth the effort anymore. Is that? Okay, that's a water pipe. We probably needed water over there for something. I don't even know what it was anymore. There's also still the old drawer system over there, which I think still contains a couple things. Well, no loot bags, sadly, but these things are definitely still in there. Never cleared out this place either. Never, ever. Antique tech, exactly. Best part is still the rocket silo. I love the rocket silo. Every rocket we first launch out of this silo. And we just started to launch them from like bedrock level. It's been a while since we launched a rocket from over here, but we have launched a great many rockets from over here. A great many rockets. As such, there's also a whole bunch of sand around us due to pollution. We do have the wizard's egg over there, but we're no longer using it. We got other means of procuring the materials that we make over here in the wizard's egg. And I'm also kind of currently noticing that the clouds actually do go through the wizard's egg. Get in there. There you go. That's kind of interesting. Those clouds are new, right? Because I never really remembered any kind of clouds going through the wizard's egg. But yeah, we're not really using this area anymore. And I can't wait to take it all apart because, good God, this place is horrible. I'm not really the biggest fan of Magic mod packs. I mean, Magic is fine. If you like it, great. But not really my thing. It's like, not really mine. Good. Then, what do we have behind over here? From the top, yeah, that's the main assembly hall. That's a side assembly hall. That is a thing I've built yesterday, actually. Over here is where we just got some dedicated machines, like some dedicated assemblers and some dedicated chemical plants. We will probably be digging into the mountain home over here because it's kind of flushed into the mountain over here. If you go to the back over there, yeah, we had to cut it in over there a little bit, and it is kind of flush over here. So we could use it as a grand entrance to like something that we are going to be doing in here. Not quite sure what it will be yet, but as always, we can do whatever we please. Our first little expedition into the mountain was over here in the first nuclear reactor. This thing over here is now mostly just sitting here, processing materials. There we go. Lovely little nuclear reactor. Hopefully it will never go boom. It should be fine. It should be stable. But we're mostly just burning over here these quad fuel rod with thorium to turn them into depleted thorium so we can recycle them into lutetium. Because we do need lutetium since we can't make it in any other way right now. But yeah, this used to power the base, but it's nowhere near making enough power anymore where we were able to use it. Good. But the first thing we did power with that was the old assembly hall over here. Like, originally the plan was to turn this into the ore processing building. At some point in time it was like a craft anything building. And then we started moving crafting machines out. We had like these nice crafting grids over there. which most of them are gone. There used to be one over here as well. That machine is still doing something. Not quite sure what you are doing, but it's still doing something. And then downstairs, the same thing. There's still some machines in here that we might need to check out. I am a little bit surprised why you're not working. Because you are off. There we go. Fix, fix. On you go. On you go. You're still good to go. Good. Yeah, there's still some old processes in here that are still kind of relevant, but not that much. That guy is still making something every now and then. But whenever we see anything being made in the air, we usually then stop making it over there and bring it somewhere else. This, I think, over here is a recycler. Or maybe just a machine that makes hydrogen gas. I'm actually not quite sure what you're doing. I'm losing track of the things I'm doing in here, and that's perfectly fine. Good, off we go. I missed all. There we go, off we go. It's nighttime again, really. Again? There we go. Never sleep. Good. The industrial greenhouse. There used to be a bio refinery in here, but that's been picked apart already. Still need to drain the tanks. I just never got to it. Damn. Good old industrial greenhouse. This is where we make all the industrial crops. And the food crops. The food crops are being made over here. There was a bit of a pollution spillage over here at some point in time. Yeah, some of these crops kinda turned bad. My bad. I might fix that at some point in time. It's not that important. Some of these fields are horrendous. This is the important field where we make blaze rods. Good. And we still got these fields available over there. Maybe at some point in time I'll do something with them. I don't know yet. But yeah, this was a very important process at the beginning where we were making biodiesel out of that. But we are no longer doing biodiesel. We are actually doing proper diesel in a proper oil refinery. And yeah, we got our distillation wall. It's a couple of distillation towers back to back. And we still got a whole bunch of oil in storage over there. This is actually 4 different types of oil. This one over there is raw oil. This is oil. This is heavy oil. And this over here is light oil, but apparently light oil is empty. Doesn't really matter because we can use all of these in whatever variation. But sometimes for certain processes, light oil is better. And for some other processes, the heavy oil is better. Kind of depends on what you want to make with it. But yeah, it's all being processed over here. We got a big oil cracker over there. 2 of them actually. One for just the crude oil. And one over there for all the after oil products. And, well, it's making stuff. It's built in a way that it will back up once it's done making a certain amount of stuff. Which is good and bad. It's kind of bad for some of these other byproducts, which are kind of running low a bit. But the most important part over here is actually the making of the high-octane gasoline, which not quite sure if that's going up or down. We actually checked this at some point in time, and then we kind of left. Why did we leave? What was missing over here? Oh yeah, there was something missing over here. It was it the acetone? It was acetone was missing over there. We need to make a data bank connection for that. Somewhere over there, but I just didn't want to fuck around with this right now. Good, what else do we have? Well, we got the oil pipeline, but it's a pipeline. It's kind of boring. And then the only thing that's left is the new ore processing building, but it's not that spectacular. It's just like we got some macerators, some ore washers, some zifters, some sieves, some filters. Yeah, it's not that impressive. More impressive is the flotation cell area. So I'm not quite sure if these are still running. Nah, they kind of stopped running. Why did you stop running? Did you run out of fuel? I'm actually kind of surprised that you stopped. Not enough item output space. Okay. So why did you stop? Oh, something seems to be missing. Let's have a look. That'll be you. We're out of sodium. Well, not really pure sodium, but sodium xanthal dust. That's coming from you. You're still working. But that's kind of empty. Why is this empty? Well, then. Maybe not like this. Maybe the recipe. We need to make some carbon desulfide and then some sodium. Ethanol. Yeah, we're out of schnapps. we are out of schnapps, which brings me to the point that we probably want to check up if we can make some better ethanol. There are some better ethanol recipes, and we're gonna look at them right at the end of the year. Wow, this building, that still exists. I remember you. Alright, to make better ethanol, we can either distill some rum, which will give us some schnapps. We can distill some pirate brew, which will give us even more schnapps. We can distill some beer. That's not that good. How about some dark beer? Better. Cider, even better. Wine, getting close. How about some vodka? 40%? Maybe Alco Pops. Nah, that's not gonna work. Corn. Nah, I would rather do Doppelkorn. Doppelkorn. Nah, that doesn't work as well. What about sugar wine? Sugar wine seems to be doing well. That's like 70%. Generic high proof. That's kind of boring. Do we got something like real Jägermeister? Yeah, that's actually kind of worse. What about fake Jägermeister? Same level. And then wood vinegar and biomass. Currently we're making ethanol, I think, out of biomass. Actually, biomass is not that bad. Biomass is pretty decent, actually. And that is kind of easy to make because biomass is just mulch. Or alternatively, mulch. Or alternatively, mash. But then again, pirate brew. Pirate brew has 80%. What do we need to make pirate brew? Oh. No. Really? This again? No. Alright, we take some rum and we can turn it into some pirate brew. If we have... Shut up! That's what I get for autoplay. If we get ourselves some Saccharomyces, general purpose fermenting bacteria. Okay. So we just re-ferment rum. That's not how that works. Well, it'll be fine. And then rum, is that also being done? No. Rum is sugar wine. Wait, what is this? It's sugar, sugar wine, and water in... That's not how you make rum. How do you make sugar wine then? Sugar wine comes out of fermented reed water. And fermented reed water comes again... maybe we do need to make a schnapps farm. Who knows? But that then comes out of distilled water together with some sugar canes. I don't really want to make a sugarcane farm, but we could make a sugarcane farm. That's actually something we could do over there. There you go. We still got space in there for that. Alright. But I'm also pretty much at the end of it. I'm getting tired and hungry. Mostly hungry. I'm kind of looking forward to that midnight pizza. We got some more generic ore processing in here, but that's all kind of fall asleep because ores are done being processed. And I guess the last thing we can go to is go back to the main assembly hall and have a look at the status hall. The status hall will be moved at some point in time. That's actually planned to be moved into there. But it'll be something for later. Good? Alright. I think the one you're doing is better as it only has 1.6 crafting time instead of the 4 seconds crafting time for the pirate. Yeah. And I mean, not quite sure if we're gonna get actually something extra out of it. So what do we have over here still? We're still mining some gold over there in the overworld. We're still mining some iron over there in the overworld, but these two mines are almost done. And we'll probably move some of these mines around a little bit more, but yeah, I think we're done over here as well. Good. Here we go. Alright, let's call it a day over here as well. Because I am tired as well. And we can't raid Mojo, because Mojo is already over here. Guys, if you don't know who Mojo D is, go check him out yourself. Mojo is absolutely amazing. He does also a whole bunch of Timberborn lately. There we go. Good. Oh, we already had a shout out. Oh, thank you, Simrock. Good. Alright, who's still up and about? I see a Rhaegar over there. I see CD over there. I have not raided CD in quite some time. I want to raid CD. We're going to raid CD. Here we go. Here we go. Nevertheless, thank you so much for today. Sorry about yesterday again. Yesterday I was kind of a little bit under the weather. So I had to cancel the stream. I do hope that things will be a bit better by next week. I'm certain they will be. I will definitely spend the weekend over here relaxing as much as possible to not be completely a wreck next week. Though, biggest issue most of the time is usually the sleep cycle. Nevertheless, thank you so much for tonight. Have a great, amazing rest of the evening. And until next time, see you around. Goodbye.